Okay, we are going to reconvene open session and we'll do roll call.
Dr. Solocito? Here. Mr. Espinoza?
Here.
Dr. Grant?
Here.
Mrs. Pulaski, sorry.
Here.
Ms. Prado is absent. Dr. Maniak?
Here.
Dr. Bradbury?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, we'll turn it over to our administrative law judge.
How's that? Good morning?
Yep.
All right. Morning, everyone. Do we have both petitioners present, or are we waiting for the second?
Petitioner Coughlin is participating virtually and is online.
Okay. So before we actually get into the first hearing, I'm just going to do a brief overview of how both hearings are going to go so we don't have to repeat ourselves as much. My name is Brian Weisel. I'm the administrative law judge that has been assigned to preside over this board hearing. The board will make the final decision in closed session after we're done with both cases. We're going to call the Dr. Sandhu's case first. He's here present with us. And in both cases, what we're going to do is we have some exhibits in the petition packet, going to have those offered into evidence, probably by the Deputy Attorney General or jointly by counsel. If anyone has any objection to any of those exhibits, they can be heard on either side, and I'll hear those exhibits or those objections. After we're done with that, I'll ask if the Deputy Attorney General would be so kind as to just give a procedural and license summary and why we're here today. At that point, we'll move on to the petitioner's case. Petitioner will put you under oath and have you testify about rehabilitation since the time this has passed. Since the one sitting here, we have Ms. Lutz, counsel with petitioner on the first hearing. She'll ask you questions, and then when you're finished, the Deputy Attorney General is representing the people and also will ask questions. After we go back with those questions and when they're satisfied and we have all the exhibits in, we'll then go to the board members and we'll just take turns down the line asking questions until they're complete with their inquiry. At that point, we'll be finished with the case. We'll go into closed session when we're finished with both the hearings, and then they'll deliberate and issue the final decision. I'm going to ask the people in front of me here, do you have any questions before we go forward on your case?
Your Honor, we do have one witness who is online already.
Okay, that's fine. We'll call your witness too when we get to your part of the case. Thank you for telling me.
Thank you.
Any questions or anything else before we go into this first case? I'm seeing shaking heads, no, okay. I understand we are being recorded electronically, so everybody please speak up. Slow down, I'm speaking too fast right now. Everybody slow down. Make sure that nobody talks over each other. Make sure we get a chance to get a complete audio record of the hearing, okay? Everybody ready to go forward? Counsel? Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to go first with Dr. Sandhu. So this is on the record in the petition for reinstatement of Dr. Mukund Sandhu. That is veterinary medical number 450 2017 000760. That's OAH case number 2024 090850. As I stated, my name is Brian Weisel. I'm the administrative law judge who's been assigned to preside over this matter. Can I get appearances from both counsels, starting with the Deputy Attorney General?
Good morning, Melissa C. Mantle, Deputy Attorney General. I am appearing on behalf of the Attorney General pursuant to Government Code Section 11522, representing the people of the state of California. I'm here to assist the panel in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest. I'm here to ensure that the panel has adequate information from which to make a decision.
Thank you. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bonnie Lutz representing Dr. Sandhu, and Dr. Sandhu is here as well.
Good morning. Good morning, doctor. Just before we started on this hearing itself, we took a roll call of the board. A quorum is present, so we are ready to proceed. I think we have maybe some joint exhibits, or at least, let's talk about that. I'll ask the Deputy Attorney General to present whatever exhibits we have ready to go forward.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll go ahead and read through all of the exhibits that are marked by the Attorney General's office, and I believe there would be an agreement that all of them would be admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What has been marked as Exhibit 1 is the notice of hearing with proof of service with personal information redacted. What has been marked as Exhibit 2 is the certification of license history for petitioner. Exhibit 3 is Veterinary Medical Board case number 460-2017-000-760's decision and order along with the proposed decision and second amended accusation and petition to revoke probation. What has been marked as Exhibit 4 is the petition for reinstatement with personal information redacted. Exhibit 5 is petitioner's statement with personal information redacted. Exhibit 6 is petitioner's letters of recommendation with personal information redacted. What has been marked as Exhibit 7 are the certificates of petitioner's continuing education completion with personal information redacted. Exhibit 8 is petitioner's live scan request, again with personal information redacted. Exhibit 9 is the compliance report, and what has been marked as Exhibit 10 is the cost certification. Again, I ask that those documents be admitted for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 1 through 10 are admitted for all purposes. We're going to deal with the petitioner's exhibits when we get to your case, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then the Deputy Attorney General, if you wouldn't mind giving a license history and procedural summary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The board issued petitioner veterinary license number VET 11634 on August 17th, 1992. The license was revoked effective May 27th, 2021, and it expired on November 30th, 2021. On April 1st of 2000, the board issued premises registration number HSP 5448 to Four Paws Pet Hospital and Pet Supply Store. Petitioner was the managing licensee and authorized representative. The registration was revoked effective May 27th, 2021, and expired on May 31st, 2022. On March 18th of 2013, the board issued 2 citations to petitioner. Citation number 2422-C SV 2012-779. That citation was for negligence and failure to keep proper medical records. In that matter, petitioner was ordered to pay a $500 fine and take measures necessary to practice at an acceptable standard of care. The second citation that was issued petitioner on that date was citation number 2423-C SV 2013-26. That citation was for negligence and disclosure violations. Petitioner was ordered to pay $500 in fines and take measures necessary to practice at an acceptable standard of care. On February 1st, 2016, accusation number AV 2015-43 was filed against petitioner's license and premises registration. The accusation alleged incompetence, multiple acts of negligence, and failure to comply with anesthesia administration regulations when petitioner treated a patient named Max for castration surgery. Petitioner discovered during a physical examination that Max had an undescended left testicle. It is unclear from the records whether the exam took place before or after anesthesia was administered, and records did not adequately record the strength, dose, and frequency of medications administered. Petitioner also failed to provide adequate respiratory and cardiac monitoring during general anesthesia. During the surgical procedure, petitioner severed Max's urethra. Petitioner referred Max to an animal emergency department hospital for treatment in the surgical repair of the urethra. Exploratory surgery by the surgeon at the animal hospital determined that the damage could not be repaired because an area of the urethra caudal, CAUDAL, to the prostrate was completely missing. Max was later euthanized. On February 22nd, 2017, petitioner entered into a stipulated settlement and disciplinary order and admitted the charges in that accusation. The stipulated settlement was adopted by the board and was effective March 23rd, 2017. The order revoked petitioner's license and premises registration. However, the revocations were stayed and petitioner was placed on 4 years of probation with certain terms and conditions. On March 4th, 2020, second amended accusation and petition to revoke probation number 460-2017-000-760 was filed against petitioner's license and premises registration. The circumstances are, in regards to a patient named Nissy, petitioner committed acts of negligence based on his prescribed dosage of Metacam Nissy that was below the standard of care. Petitioner also failed to record in Nissy's medical records the actual doses of medication, as well as the strength of Metacam that was dispensed. Petitioner also failed to record the communications between 4PAWS staff and Nissy's owner regarding Nissy's post-surgical condition, and also failed to record Nissy's weight. Further record-keeping violations were that petitioner failed to record sufficient information concerning the monitoring of Nissy while under anesthesia and post-surgery. The accusation in that matter and petition to revoke probation also included a second animal patient named Bruce. In that matter, petitioner committed acts of negligence in administering medication to Bruce, who was suffering from excessive post-operative bleeding. Petitioner also engaged in record-keeping violations in that the medical records for Bruce failed to include the drug strength or patient dosage and route of administration for several sedative and anesthetic drugs that were administered. Petitioner also failed to document examinations of Bruce during his post-surgical stay and failed to include notes regarding Bruce's progress. Petitioner's medical records for Bruce contained inaccurate and incomplete information regarding the physical examination and failed to include the minimum required information regarding Bruce's medical condition and treatment. A third animal patient included in that matter was for patient Sprinkles. Petitioner violated record-keeping requirements in that the medical records failed to identify the individual responsible for the medical entries, failed to include relevant medical history information, including that Sprinkles was a recent rescue, and also did not include observations regarding her coughing. Petitioner also failed to include results from his physical examination of Sprinkles and failed to include an assessment or diagnosis of Sprinkles' condition. The last animal patient that was included in that matter is patient America. Petitioner engaged in acts constituting incompetence in that matter when he failed to determine the type of rat poison ingested by America and failed to provide appropriate treatment. Petitioner also acted negligently and below the standard of care when he failed to perform a complete physical examination of America, and he did not demonstrate he was personally acquainted with America by an update of the medical records documenting America's visit to 4PAWS. Petitioner also failed to provide meaningful records of the surgical procedures performed on America. Petitioner also violated record-keeping requirements by having inaccurate and incomplete medical records for America. He was also negligent when he failed to evaluate radiographs and failed to detect any post-surgical abnormalities, including whether America's patella had shifted. Petitioner was also negligent when he failed to provide a patient assessment or tentative diagnosis of America before performing a procedure. Further, petitioner was negligent when he failed to address America's post-surgical deterioration in a timely manner, either by taking radiographs or performing a physical examination of America's leg, and instead relied upon veterinary assistance to report an issue with America's leg. Petitioner also failed to evaluate her leg daily while she was boarded at 4PAWS for observation and healing of her surgical wound. Petitioner failed to take adequate radiographs to allow diagnostic interpretation, and he failed to include identifying information on the radiographs taken of America on 3 different occasions. Lastly, it was found during the hearing on that matter that petitioner committed acts of negligence when his handwritten summaries of a January procedure contained incorrect information regarding the location of America's patella, which was also a record-keeping violation. Petitioner was also found to have been in violation of his probation by violating conditions 4, 6, 9, 14, and 16. After that hearing in that matter, petitioner's license and premises permit were revoked effective May 27th, 2021. Petitioner is now requesting that the board reinstate his license. Because the burden is on petitioner, I have no further statements, but would reserve the right to question petitioner.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel for petitioner, I understand you have witnesses and exhibits, whatever way you want to proceed.
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I just as soon start with my opening statement and go into the questions with Dr. Sandhu, and then the three exhibits that I have, then I can lay the foundation for them and enter them, if that's okay with you.
And then one additional witness after that.
And one additional witness after that.
Sure.
That's okay. Okay, we're here today, as counsel suggested, to evaluate Dr. Sandhu and whether he should be able to have his license reinstated. And we are presenting evidence today that during the time that his license has been revoked, Dr. Sandhu has spent numerous hours with continuing education, specifically in the areas that he was found to be deficient, which is record keeping, animal poisoning, and radiology. So he has done an enormous amount of continuing education. And many of the allegations here are related basically to record keeping. So we will show during the testimony that he has more than covered all the issues that were related to his deficiencies for which his license was revoked. Since in the 3 years since his license was revoked, he now understands why his license was revoked, and he has spent a lot of time donating his time to churches and donating money to churches and doing outstanding outstanding work for these churches. So that and the continuing education is what he is focused on these last 3 years. He understands that if his license is reinstated and he's put on probation, that he must comply with all of the terms, that he cannot simply ignore some of those terms. Essentially, we believe Dr. Sandhu's paid his dues and has spent all of these 3 years in trying to understand perfect record keeping and the reasons why he was found to be negligent and incompetent. And I'd like to now question Dr. Sandhu on the records. So please state and,
Well, wait, we got them under oath first.
oh, sorry.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, can you please state and spell your whole name for the record?
First name Mukand, Mukand. Middle initial is for Singh. Last name Sandhu, Sandhu.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sandhu, would you please turn in your notebook that you have in front of you to Exhibit 4. And our page A162.
Okay.
Which is also Exhibit 4-002. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
Yes, I did.
Is that your signature on the third page, which is A164?
Yes, this is my name where it says petitioner, and also my signatures where it says signature.
Is everything true in this document?
From preparing this, I know everything is true, and I also have looked at them. Right now, everything is true and correct to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at page 2 of 3, which is page exhibit 4-003. And I apologize for having to recheck the numbers. I understand that the board members have a different set of numbers on their exhibits than we have.
Okay,
So,
appreciate it. Thank you.
If you look at the top of that document, it says total number of years in veterinary practice. How many years have you been practicing veterinary medicine?
I'm not on the right page. Okay, now that is page 2. Yeah, total number of years in veterinary practice. I started in 1992 and my license was revoked in 2021. That makes about 29 years.
Okay, thank you. If you look at the continuing education area there,
Mhm.
it says that you attended these courses. Did you attend the annual Western Veterinary Conference in Las Vegas these 4 years that you've got listed there?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can I have you look, please, at Exhibit 7? And I'm specifically referring to the certificate of attendance for September 5th through 9th, 2021, which is Exhibit 7, page -002.
It's on my page 004.
Well, I know your pages are different, so. right.
Okay, so
I'm
yes.
having to list 2 different page numbers.
Yes, we are on the same page. It's September, it's the WVC 93rd Annual Conference, September 5th through 9th, 2021.
Is that your signature on that page?
Yes, they are.
And did you actually attend these sessions in person?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to call your attention to the next page, which says Record of Sessions. And if you look at the very bottom there is SA 336 and SA 337. Why did you attend those sessions?
Because, my non-compliance in incompetence regarding the poisoning cases, I attended those cases, those continuing educations.
And what did you learn from those continuing education courses regarding the previous situation with America?
Yeah, because from my casework, I was doing these cases for a long time, but my approach to the poisoning cases was little bit deficient. We were mainly treating them symptomatically and then doing a blood test right there to check, what went on with them. That's what we did with America. We did a blood test, the PCV was fine, everything was fine. So we made our decision, everything was okay. And this case was treated very successfully. But I did not write because, this was later on I found, that rodenticides can cause effect up to 2 to 3 weeks, even longer after they are ingested. So I did not recommend any follow-ups, and that was my failure. That was my deficiency.
Okay, and Dr. Sandhu, we're not questioning you on the underlying conduct.
Okay.
What I want from you is to have you describe
Yes.
for us what you learned in these continuing education courses relative to those situations. But we're not questioning you on the details of the underlying cases.
I am sorry I overlooked that thing. Yeah, from these courses, I learned, how to manage poisoning cases when they come in, make a plan, depending upon the history, what kind of poison it is, and then identifying, what the possibility could be, and then make a treatment plan and also make a diagnostic plan to do the follow-ups, to make sure, we have covered, the after effects of those poisons. And like, rodenticides, some of them can cause problem later on. So I learned how to develop a diagnostic plan and also a follow-up plan to take care of these things.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I have you, you're still in Exhibit 7. Look at the certificate of attendance for the March 5th through 9th, 2022, which is Exhibit 7 dash page dash 005. Small.
Yes, I'm on that page.
Okay. Is that your signature?
Yes, they are my signatures.
Did you attend all the courses?
Yes, I did.
If you look at the next page in Exhibit 7, did you attend all of those courses that are listed on that page?
Yes, I did.
And then would you skip to your page, Exhibit 7A-189? Exhibit 7-010. Did you attend this conference?
Yes, this is 95th annual conference, which was held from February 18th through 23rd, 2023. I attended this conference in person.
And is that your signature on that page?
Yes, they are my signatures.
And if you look at the next page, did you attend all of those sessions?
Yes, I did attend all of those sessions.
Okay, if I can have you look at your page, Exhibit 7A-191. Exhibit 7-012.
It's
And specifically at SA, the courses that are labeled SA 003, 004, and 005. Did you attend those?
yes, I did.
And what did you learn from those regarding some of the allegations in the underlying causes for discipline, which caused you to lose your license?
In these courses, they taught me, on how to use proper drugs for different situations like, anesthetic drugs, induction, or also, how to do the anesthesia for the sick patients, which are at very high risk, what kind of problems or complications sick patients could cause and how to avoid them by giving them medications which are safer in those cases. And also these the, these courses also increased my knowledge regarding how to assess the pain and how to manage the pain, surgical pain, right after during surgery and also during recovery, or also home care for pain management. So those are and also uh, some of them were regarding the local anesthetics too, because local anesthetics are safer as compared to the general anesthetics. So I learned, in some situations I can avoid the general anesthesias and can use the local. So my patients will be at less risk of, you know, of complication, and also, the use of less use of opioids, because this is becoming a problem in general.
Thank you. I apologize, but I need to go back to Exhibit 7, page A182 in your notebook, Dr. Sandhu,
A182.
which is Exhibit 7-003.
A182. Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Sandhu, I'd like to call your attention to the courses labeled, numbered SA 254 through 258.
254, 258. Yes, I do.
Did you attend those sessions?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me, what information you received from those sessions that were specifically related to some of the allegations that caused you to have your license revoked?
Yeah, my, excessive dependence on Metcam, oral medication. These courses helped me, how to select the other medications and also choose the proper dose of medications, Metcam, which could be dangerous sometimes. Also, it other pain. It also dealt with the other pain drugs, um, and also some physical therapies, to alleviate the pain. Again, using how to alleviate the pain by doing the local or regional anesthesias, like, sometime there is a pain in certain area, you can use a local anesthetic to relieve that pain. And also, I this course, enhanced my knowledge in local and regional anesthesias again. Also, in cats, acute and chronic pain management. That was very useful course, which helped me, to manage the pain in my feline patients.
Do you believe that if your license is reinstated, that some of these things that you learned, you will incorporate into your practice?
I definitely do. Um, I have taken time to think about my mistakes, uh, and I have, tried to, get knowledge on that. And I think, it has enhanced my capabilities, enhanced my, knowledge regarding the newer medications, newer ways of pain relief or anesthetic, like anesthetic monitoring, how to monitor the, breathing, and also cardiac monitors or different kind of monitors. And I am going to incorporate all my enhanced knowledge. And also, uh, I, I know how to develop better protocols to teach my staff, how to better take care of the patients, or how to help me, in monitoring during surgery and also after surgery, and also, how to assess the pain and use the pain medication judiciously.
Thank you. On the same page, I'd like you to look at the sessions labeled SA 168 through SA 173. Did you attend those sessions?
I did attend those sessions in person.
Okay, and can you tell me what information you gleaned from attendance at those sessions?
Uh, these sessions helped me to enhance my knowledge in radiographs, how to take better radiographs, how to, understand the basic of radiography, like in terms of voltage, um, the current, and also thickness of the specimen. Also, these courses also enhanced my knowledge in emergency thoracic radiography, because, when you see some patients coming in emergency with the breathing or other problems, you definitely want to assess the, the lungs and their cardiac function. And also, their next course also enhanced my knowledge in abdominal radiography, uh, how to take a good abdominal radiograph, how to systematically interpret a radiograph, how to, reach a better diagnosis through these diagnostic procedures.
Okay, thank you. And if your license is reinstated, do you intend on incorporating some of these new techniques and things that you learned into your practice?
Yes, I do. Actually, the practice I was working in, they have installed a new radiograph, which is digital, and they say, they're taking very good radiographs. And I will also, whatever I have learned, I think, that will help me to give a better care to my patients, and also, will, it will also enhance my reputation in the community, to being a good uh, doctor.
Okay, thank you. Can I have you turn to Exhibit 7, page A187? Which is Exhibit 7-008. Did you attend that course?
Yes, I attended this course.
Is it online?
This course was online, yes.
And what did you learn from attending this course?
This course, actually uh, I was working 6 days a week, very hard in my practice, but my record keeping was very deficient in every aspect. So from these courses, I learned, how to keep a good record keeping, starting from the time client calls into the clinic, and then, brings their pets into the clinic, and then while I examine them or treat them or make their diagnosis plans, or make their treatment plans, or do any if there is any follow-ups. And also, when they go home now, uh, I'm very certain, with every patient of mine, when he will be going home, I have learned, to talk to the client, um, personally talk to them, personally make them aware of their pet's situation, and also, explain them the treatment their pets have received at my hospital. And also, I will give them further instructions what need to be done to give a better care to their pets. So that's what I learned. I will keep all the records. So, the record keeping, I think, this enhances the quality of care to the patients. It enhances the reputation of the practice. It enhances the reputation of the doctor. And it also, facilitates the communication between the doctors. It facilitates the communication between doctor and staff. It facilitates the communication between doctor and his clients. So it is very, very important. This thing is, the record keeping aspect of veterinary medicine is very, very important. So I have learned, from the first call of the patient, of the client, to make the appointment, how to keep the records of the client information, patient information, patient visit information, patient exam information, patient diagnostic information, patient's treatment information, and then follow-up information. All that need to be in very organized um, and clear language um, format.
Thank you. Can I have you look at the same Exhibit 7, your page A188? And that's Exhibit 7-009. Did you attend this course?
This is
Yes,
veterinary boot camp.
yes.
Yes, I attended this course.
And do you believe it helped with your rehabilitation as well?
Yes, it helps me again, to even make my, the courses I already took. It, um, made me aware of good record keeping and the advantages of good record keeping. And also, I realized, good record keeping is also good for our veterinary profession as a whole. Because, nowadays things are becoming expensive. And I think, we need to be more answerable to our clients and to the any complaints or the good records are also helpful for any investigation board does, in case they receive any complaints.
Thank you. And then can I have you please look at Exhibit 7A 193?
Page 193.
Which is Exhibit 7-014. Did you attend this course as well? A193 at the top.
A 193. Okay. 92, 93. Certificate of completion.
Did you attend this course?
1 second. Race provider 7, 8, 23. Race pro. 6. Yes, I attended this program online.
Okay, thank you. Would you look now at Exhibit 7, page A192, which is Exhibit 7-013? Did you attend this course?
Yes, this is San Diego VMA conference. I attended that for 2 days. It was regarding pain management, also about anesthetics. I attended this course in person in San Diego. So anesthesia and pain management, yes, I did.
How did this course assist you with your rehabilitation?
Again, as I have mentioned before, I was not careful, regarding my anesthetic drugs. These courses enhanced my knowledge how to be organized, how to pick a anesthetic agent, depending upon the condition of the patient and also the procedure involved. Is it going to be long time? Is the procedure going to take long time or little bit time? And also, patient health, is it risky? Use the same with the pain management too. Certain drugs, cannot be given in certain situations. And this course taught me, how to select the patient for certain anesthesia and certain pain management.
Thank you. Now, if I can have you go back to Exhibit 4, your page, Dr. Sandhu, A163. Which is Exhibit 4-003. Under current occupation, what has been your occupation since your license was revoked in 2021?
I own some real estate, so I was a passive manager of our rent collections, and that's real estate management, and that's how I was making my living.
Have you worked at all at Four Paws Pet Hospital
No,
since May 27th, 2021?
I have not.
Have you performed any veterinary duties since May 27th, 2021?
I have not.
Okay, we're on the same page. If you look at the section entitled Rehabilitation, and you listed community service, can you just give us a brief overview of the community service you've been involved in since you had your license revoked in 2021?
Since, I could spare some of my time to help the people in different problems, like, next to our real estate business, there is a church, Discovery Church. It's a very good church, every Sunday they have 3-4 services. So I helped them parking the cars. Also, they give the 3 meals. So I helped them monitoring, giving them some money, to buy some stuff for that. And in our community, uh, as we know, the immigrant communities are deficient in English. Many people, did not, even my family, my brothers and sisters, they don't know how to, read and write English. So I helped them, during banking or during paying bills or the other things, and also, at our temple, I am very regular. Temple means, we belong to a religion called Sikhism. I am very regular, going to our temple every Sunday, sitting there into the gathering and listening to the advice, religious advice from our preacher. And then we every Sunday we make a community kitchen, cook together, and we uh, serve the meals to all the people who come there. Uh, and then we also have some social talkings regarding, what are the community needs, what can be done, or how can we be helpful to the other communities. Uh, so those are the few things. And also, one of the church, that belongs to the people who work for us in real estate, but, we also are involved into their church and help them. Um, they are also good friends.
Okay, thank you. Look at the next page in that petition. Under current compliance, is everything that you checked there correct?
Uh, Place, charge, and surrender. When preparing this document, uh, to my knowledge, everything is correct. And today also, I have looked at all of them, and all of them are correct.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that this is the amount of cost recovery that you owe the board should your license be reinstated in the next section?
Uh, I read judge's decision. Initial amount was more, but there were some reduction into that. To my belief, this is the correct amount. But if there is any board thinks, it is different, I agree with that.
Thank you. And if you look at the declaration section, did you fill that out?
Yes, I did.
Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, since filing the petition, this petition that we're here for today in March of 2024, have you attended any additional continuing education courses?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can I have you turn to your Exhibit D? And for the record, these are new exhibits that will be entered, 3 documents.
Yeah, I am going there. Yes,
Okay, I have a document here called CVMA Webinar Certificate of Completion. And the date is August 14th, 2024. Did you attend this course that's described on this document?
yes, I did. It was a online course, and it was a judicious use of antimicrobials uh, to, um, in food animals and also large animals.
I'd like to request to mark this certificate, the CVMA Webinar Certificate of Completion, mark it as Dr. Sandhu's Exhibit B39.
Yeah, I want to just clarify, counsel. I think this is the last 3 pages of what I see in case lines as Exhibit D. Like if the first 38 pages, I think, are duplicates of what is already submitted in the packet, and this is additional since the petition, right?
Yes, you're
We have 3
correct.
more pages of CEs since then.
Yes,
Okay.
you're correct, Your Honor.
Just making sure I'm following along.
I just don't think that the members of the board have those 3 documents.
Okay,
But that's correct. They are
have them in
Exhibit
case lines
D.
that we can show them when they deliberate. I see where you are. Okay.
So I'd like to request to enter, then we'll call it Exhibit D, page B39, into evidence for all purposes.
Are you going to do the other 2 pages as well?
Yes.
Then I think I'm just going to call it all D and admit it all
Okay, thank you. Okay.
with the
Dr.
proper foundation.
Dr. Sandhu, if you'd look at the next page, please, and this is entitled Veterinary Medicine, Medical Records, the Roadmap to Quality Care, dated September 26th, 2024. Did you attend that course?
Yes, I took this course online.
And I'd like to request that we mark the document entitled Veterinary Medicine, Medical Records, the Roadmap to Quality Care, dated September 26, 2024, as Exhibit D, page B40.
So marked.
And Dr. Sandhu, can you please look at the next page in that section? This is a document entitled Veterinary Medicine, Veterinary Records, the Roadmap to Quality Care, dated September 26, 2024. Did you attend that course?
Just pardon me, this is the
Yes.
same. Yes, it is the same, the one before. It was 10-hour continuing education.
Oh, okay, I
don't know why
apologize.
we
It's a
have
duplicate.
2 duplicate, yeah.
Okay,
So,
and there are only 2 pages.
2 pages.
Yes. So I would like to request that we move Exhibit D, pages B39 and B40 into evidence for all purposes.
And there's no 41.
Right, you're right, Your Honor.
Council, it looks like these are the first, like I said, 38 pages are duplicative. The last 2 is just 2 additional CEs. Any objection to that being omitted?
No.
Exhibit D is omitted.
Okay, Dr. Sandhu, please turn to Exhibit 5. And your page 166, which is Exhibit 5-002.
My exhibit 5166, right?
Yes.
This is, okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Um, It appears to be 4 pages, correct?
Yes, it is 4 pages.
Is that your signature at the end?
Yes, those are my signatures.
And did you prepare this document yourself?
Yes, I did.
Looking at our page A166, the first page of this document, Exhibit 5, about the 6th paragraph down, where it says to improve my skills,
Okay.
you refer to comprehension of the ALJ's decision. Do you believe at this point in time that you comprehend the ALJ's decision in that underlying case?
Yes, I did. And I do, and I did.
Do you admit that you had a weakness in record keeping previously?
Huge weakness.
So just to reiterate, do you believe that all of the weaknesses that you refer to, which include negligence, record keeping, incompetence, do you believe that the continuing education that you've completed in these past 3 years will allow you, if you're given your license back, to operate within the standards that are required for record keeping and your standard of care?
I have worked to, first of all, identifying my weaknesses. I took some time, and I was very sad and remorseful. The mistakes I did treating my patients. And then every time I tried to learn, I kept all those feelings in my heart and learned, how to improve them. And so everything since, uh, because, I loved veterinary medicine. And I think, I have suffered a lot, not doing that. So that feeling was reminding me all the time. So I wanted to make myself, as perfect as possible, to face these weaknesses, try to, by doing the proper education, learning the computer skills, all those things, reading a lot of textbooks and those things. I think, uh, that feeling, has helped me, to make me better. I I want to, I, whatever I have learned, it is in my heart now, and it will stay with me. Uh, when I will, if I am given a chance, when I will go do the work I love. So that's the only, uh, um, that's the reason, I think, given chance, I will incorporate all my continuing education, uh, learning into my practice and make my practice better, because I know, uh, improving, especially the record keeping, as I told you, is good for good care, good for good clinical reputation, good for doctor reputation, good for our profession. Uh, good for communication and good for to teach the staff too. It is good record keeping, I believe, is a way, we can teach our team how to give, how to deliver a better medicine. And I have learned a lot of ideas, tricks, um, computer skills, also, about poisoning, about standard of care, the radiographs and all those things. I think, I can assure you, I will work from my heart, and I will earn a good name for me and good name for our profession.
Thank you. So would you say that everything that you said in this written statement is correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Everything is correct. Everything I listed, all those courses, everything is correct.
Thank you. Okay, if I can have you look at now Exhibit 6. Which are letters of recommendation. And first, I'm going to call your attention to your page, Dr. Sandhu, A 171 and 172, which is Exhibit 6, page 002 and 003. And this appears to be a letter written by a Dr. Singh. Who is Dr. Singh?
Uh, Dr. Singh is a good friend of mine and also a good colleague. Uh, we know each other since we attended the same school, and then I immigrated to USA, and he followed me after a few years. Uh, we met here in California. Since then, we are sharing, friendship and also our, situations. If we have any difficulties, we share with each other, take advice, give advice. Uh, Also, we know each other's feelings, how we feel um, about what is going on with us. Um, those kind of that kind of a relationship I have with him.
Have you attended continuing education courses with him?
Yes, we attended WVC together.
Did he prepare this letter for you to submit with your petition?
Yes, he did.
Does Dr. Singh own a veterinary hospital?
Yes, he does.
Have you ever worked for him?
I have not, but I have visited his clinic multiple times.
Okay, thank you. I could have you look at your page, still in Exhibit 6, your page A173, which is Exhibit 6-004. Thank you. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes, I do.
Who is Dr. Is it Bular?
Yes, this is a doctor, who owned a practice here in Sacramento, and now he is working in Sacramento.
How long have you known him?
Since, in 1999, I opened a new clinic. I had some old equipment and cages, and he was going to open a new clinic here in Sacramento. So he contacted me regarding that equipment. He visited me in Bakersfield, And since then, we became good friends because, he also shares the community with me. We are from the same community. So he also, the same way is with me, we talk about our community. He's a good colleague too. We talk about difficulties or situations we have, and we take advice and we give advice. Um, uh, so he knows me, how I feel, how, honest I, I, I don't know, he knows my character. So all those things.
Thank you. Did he prepare this letter himself?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. Okay, we're still in Exhibit 6. The next page, which is your page, Dr. Sandhu, page A174, which is Exhibit 6-005. Who is Dr. Dumka?
He is a official with this veterinary university. I was there to attend he's comptroller, listed here. I was there to attend a alumni meeting and on November 18th, 2023. And I felt, I should help them, because, this university is helping the farmers. Most of their work is in dairy, goat farming, poultry, and also pig farming. So I gave them some donation to help those the research on those areas, and that's why he gave me this for attending and for this donation. He signed it.
Okay, did you tell Dr. Dumka what to say in the letter?
No, I did not.
Okay, if I can have you look at, again, we're still in Exhibit 6, page A-175, which is Exhibit 6, page 006. And Brooke will be testifying, but I'm just going to ask you a few questions for foundation. Who is Brooke Mills?
She is our practice manager for last 3 years since I am absent from the clinic. She worked with me for 3 years as assistant. Um, so, but she is, I think, the employees are assets. So I have very good relationship, not with employees, with everyone who comes there. So she felt, she want to write something about me. So that's what she did.
Did you tell her what to say in this letter?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Okay, still in Exhibit 6, your page A-176, page Exhibit 6-007. And can you describe who Pastor Helen Rangel is?
She is the manager of this Christian Excellency Church. And she also, is a vendor in our real estate.
And what is your relationship to this particular church?
To the church, my relationship is, I appreciated, I talk to them regarding religion, what religion is, and then I share with them, what they are doing there or what different religions are. So we sit and we have a conversation regarding this. And I felt like, my donation can help them. I gave them some donation.
Did you tell Pastor Rangel what to say in this letter?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next page. We're still in Exhibit 6. We're looking at the next 2 pages. Dr. Sandu, your page A-177 and 178. Exhibit 6, 008 and 009. Can you tell me what is the Discovery Church?
Discovery Church is a uh, now is a they have um, big fellowship. A lot of people come there. They are our neighbors. Also, they are in our community. They again, the relationship I have with them is regarding spiritualism. What um, God is, because I have talked to him. Um, Present generations are having a lot of mental difficulties. I believe, spiritualism can help them. So we share those kind of thoughts. And I also help them on Sundays, parking their vehicles. Um, so they are neighbors and all this.
Thank you. Did you ask Pastor Hanish to write this letter?
No, I have not.
You didn't ask him to write it?
No, he wrote it on his own will and with his own words.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now moving along, we're still in Exhibit 6, your page A-179. Exhibit 6-010. And can you pronounce for the record the name of this? I believe is it a temple?
Please, yeah. His
So
name.
at the top, if you could just pronounce for the
Oh,
record.
the name of the temple is Nanak Sar Darbar.
Okay, thank you. And do you attend this temple?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean in the second paragraph when it says that you are a congregation of our Gurdwara? What does that mean?
Oh, Gurdwara means, it's a name of Sikh temple, like, church or synagogue or something like that. So it's the name of the Sikh temple. Congregation, I believe, she meant I am a regular member of that Gurdwara or that temple.
What is your involvement with the temple?
My involvement, is, as I said, from having spiritual advice, meditation. Also, the community gathers there. We also take advantage of those gatherings to talk about community problems. Also, we prepare every Sunday we prepare a meal for lunch. This is a grand meal, a lot of cooking, a lot of vegetables mostly, and breads, and they are served with bread. And I helped them cooking the different vegetables, different pulses, and also, cooking the bread. Uh, Also serve them to the people uh, and during those meal gatherings.
And This person signing it, this priest, is that a male or a female?
He is a male.
Okay. Did you tell him what to say in this letter?
No, I did not.
What have you learned since your license was revoked regarding your, um, the requirement that you comply with all the terms of probation if you're put on probation?
Uh, First, when my license was revoked, as I said, uh, I took some time and reflected on my behavior uh, before this revocation. Um, and I realized I have my non-compliance in all those areas have caused some pain in the community. And my belief was uh, to help the community, not to hurt the community. So once I realized that, I was very remorseful. I took some time thinking about my mistakes, and then I gathered myself. Uh, and as I said, the major problem to my reputation uh, and the damage I have caused to the profession was due to my sloppy record keeping, which were almost non-existent, because even though I was working hard with the pets, I was not setting up my priorities. So once I learned, um, this is something which can help me to make a better doctor, help the patient better, help the community better, help to build the reputation for our profession. I started taking my courses um, into the mainly in record keeping and also the other areas. And as I said, every time when I try to learn something, it was with the heart, that I want to improve myself. And the thing I love is to love the pets. And it was up to me to make myself better, make compliant, and I have worked hard to do that.
Thank you. I want to talk specifically, though, about terms of probation. And, if you were to be given another chance and your license was reinstated and you were put on probation, do you understand that it's vital that you comply with the terms? And when I talk about terms, I'm talking about submission of quarterly reports, if supervised practice is ordered, the fact that you have to notify your employees. Do you understand that if you're put on probation, that it's vital that you comply with all the provisions?
Yes, it is very vital. I will obey every single regulation, every single law. I will never be late on any report. Um, I will keep my records very, very clear. So in any case, board want to check them. They will be, I want to be helpful to them in my case. And as I said, those are the things, I think uh, this period, I was not able to work, has made me think about that. And also, it has helped me to learn how to take care of every regulation, take care of every regulation in time, comply with all the laws, uh, be helpful to the investigating authorities, and be upfront. Thank you.
Thank you. We have nothing else with this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is a good time for a break, I think. Taking 10 minutes, so we'll come back at 10:33. Thanks. We took a short break. We are back on the record. Thank you for your testimony, sir. We're going to move on to the next portion. We'll have questions from the Attorney General, and then we'll do questions from the board members, all right?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Mantle, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Prior to the revocation of your license, you were the owner of Four Paws. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
What has been your involvement with Four Paws after the revocation of your license and premises permit?
It is owned by a corporation. I am a part owner of that corporation.
Other than being the part owner of Four Paws, have you had any other involvement regarding the operations of Four Paws?
No, I don't.
Why do you want your license reinstated?
Uh, this profession is not my livelihood, it's my life. Since I'm born, I was always around the animals. At that time, we had multiple animals, camels, draft camels, buffaloes for milk, cows for milk, also, goats, poultry. So it was a good farming operation. So there, I saw my dad working with the camels. He was a self-learned healer of the camels. So he knew most of the common camel diseases. He treated them. I saw him, working with the camels. My personal story was when I was 11 years old, I contracted camel scabies. So he put the same stuff on me and make me sit into the sun all day. So I was very, very inclined to become someone, who can work with the animals or pets, or because, this is the only modern profession, which let you work with the natural things. So affinity towards this profession is my affinity is from the heart, not from the way, I would think to make a living. So I forgot the question, but if I'm giving chance, that's what I wanna do. As I said, I have realized my mistakes, the way which I was not doing before revocation. I have done a lot of soul searching. After doing that, as I told you, this is what I want to do. So I will do anything to be compliant and do this, my profession in full compliance again. And I have improved myself to a point where I can assure the your honorable and to the board that I have worked from the heart, and I will not let anybody down again. I will work hard and put the education I've been through during last 3 years to improve those deficiencies I had. And as I said, my major huge deficiency was record keeping, and thinking about that, the advantages of good record keeping, as I said, it's good for quality medicine, good for reputation of the clinic, good for reputation of the doctor, good for the reputation of the profession, good for communications, good for teaching the clients, good for training the staff. I mean, I have learned all aspects of my major weakness, and now I think, every record keeping starts with the owner's call to make appointment. From there, everything has to be organized, has to be properly recorded, has to be properly maintained, has to meet all the regulations of the board. Again, should be able to withstand the investigative process of the complaints. So I have gone through all those advantages of good record keeping, and I think, I have made myself, improved myself to a point where my weakness of those things before revocation are not going to be manifested in my practice again.
You spoke a lot about record keeping and improving your record keeping not throughout your testimony. How does the stress that you've placed on improving your record keeping, how has that or how will that improve your practice in regards to the allegations of negligence in the original accusation as well as the second amended accusation and petition to revoke probation?
As I said, I was not setting my priorities, even though I was working hard with the pets. I have a good heart. Everything was, I'm good with the people, everything. But only thing which I was not good with was being organized. Record those things, like, had I recorded everything in proper medical forms, I think it would have been a lot easier for the board to investigate it. It would have been, my reputation would not have suffered. I would have been able to defend myself better had my record keepings been better before. So I understand, to prevent these non-compliances regarding negligence, regarding um, the incompetency, if I do a good record keeping, will be better to, help me on give a better answer to the board in case of complaint.
What, if anything, have you done to better your skills in surgery?
If we talk about surgery, I want to take a moment to say my involvement in surgery. I was doing shelter spay neuters. I have done excess of 50,000 spay neuters. I was doing that for 25 years. And I was very proud to make our county no-kill county. And I'm very sad last 2 years, it's back to the, again, euthanizing. My surgical skills, even though I was okay, but I was not organizing my surgeries. I was not careful about evaluating the patient, some patients, and choosing the right anesthetic agent, choosing the right pain management for that, and the new education I have gone through, I think, will help me on those aspects, even though, every time I went to any rescue groups, spay clinics, everyone at the end came to me. They thanked me. None of the dogs cried because they had experience with some, maybe in the past, where a lot of dogs were crying after surgery. They always came to me. They told me, doctor, you did such a good thing. You have spayed neutered so many pets. They are all in good situation, and I had very good results with my surgical procedures. But having done so much, my weakness is occurred.
Sorry, what was that? Your weakness?
Whatever my weakness was, mistakes occurred because of that. Like not examining the pet before surgery. That's what has been established. So I have learned, from these new courses to organize my surgical procedures, starting from setting them up, give the instructions to the client how they should prepare the patient for surgery, bringing before to the clinic. Then at clinic, doing all that pre-surgical workup, doing a very good exam, checking the patient, and going through, all the history, if there is any problem, and then make my surgical plan regarding what kind of anesthetic I'm going to use, what kind of, monitoring is during the surgery, cardiac monitoring, and also, the respiratory monitoring, and also PO2 monitoring, blood pressure monitoring. I learned a lot about them. And also, after surgery, how to be patient with the patient, sit there, see how the recovery is, extubate them, and see if they are in pain, try to make a plan, how you can care for the pain. And at the end, when they go home, educate their owners how to take care at home, how to get the medications I was going to prescribe.
What, if anything, have you done to better your skills in diagnostics?
Diagnostics, my major problem was in radiographs. I have taken courses how to take a good radiograph. I learned, the better radiographs happen when there are insufficient X-rays passing through the patient. They don't make a good picture. So how to, uh, um, adjust the proper current, proper voltage, and also the thickness of the specimen, all those things, and how to take a diagnostic quality radiograph and go from there.
You said in your narrative statement that you read the administrative law judge's proposed decision to help you recognize your weaknesses. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
What was your weakness at the time of the matter involving Max?
That proper patient, is this the one I used too much?
Max was the animal patient that was involved in the original accusation that led to your license being placed on probation.
Oh, that again, as everybody knows, that was the castration case, right? Everybody knows. In regular practice, we rarely see any cryptorchid dog. But in the setting of shelter setting, I think that was many cryptorchid dogs I had done before. So maybe I was feeling too confident. So I have realized never feel too confident. Take your time, take individual case at a time. See what you are cutting. What I felt at that time, I thought was a testicle, but it was not testicle. Again, my overconfidence made me do that mistake. And now I have learned never do anything, any cutting or any blade or anything until you see it outside. I have been through a lot of shelter educations. There is a doctor, I forgot his name. He is teaching a lot of veterinarians about shelter spay neuters because there is a demand. He told me there was this occurrence in 4 more cases where the prostate was removed while doing the castration. It was there is a procedure called paramedian approach to the retained testicle. Many spay neuter clinics were doing that. So the only problem with that procedure is sometimes you do that mistake. And I don't know, this is for profession. I read another case in California. The veterinarian was
Dr. Sandy, let me go ahead and focus you back on what your weakness was in regards to
okay.
Max, not
So
other
you
patients.
can say I was working so much. I did overconfidence. Now I am not gonna do the same thing again. I will see the thing outside before making any decision.
What was your weakness at the time you treated Nissy, animal patient Nissy?
Nisi was, I think, a spay patient, another rescue group. I think, the Nisi's owners, we gave them Metcam That Metcam was not labeled properly. We told them, how much to give, but they called into my office, and one of my assistant told her to give another dose because Metcam should supposed to be given once a day. So they started giving twice a day. So that was the mistake.
What was your weakness at the time you treated animal patient Bruce?
Virus, I believe, was castration dog, was hospitalized or boarded, right? That is, that's what it was. I think, I used too much Metcam. Yeah. So the Metcam dose I gave was, again, I was using Metcam a lot. So I was thinking, I can remember everything in my head. So calculating the dose in my head, I made that mistake and learned here, that it's better, even though you are using a drug 10 times a day. So better, you take a time and check the maybe Plum's book or something and adjust the dose. So that's why how it happened.
What was your weakness at the time you treated animal patient Sprinkles?
Sprinkles was the kennel cough patient, right?
Recent rescue?
Yeah. He was brought to me. This he had a cough. Um, as usual, he came from a pound. He was coughing. After examination, my diagnosis was kennel cough. Also, it had some dental problems. I gave the medicine for dental, but my protocols were these kind of cases. I didn't do the X-rays on first time. So these people, this cough did not go away. As everybody knows, I know, we know kennel cough takes time. So they went next week, they went to another doctor and he did the X-rays. So my main problem was, my diagnostics were poor. I did not do the X-rays. So every cough patient coming in right now, I would recommend them to have the X-rays.
What was your weakness at the time you treated animal patient America?
America was a patient where she had distal femoral fracture. I did the cross pinning. It was a young patient, very active patient. I kept the patient into the clinic for 3 days. She started putting weight on it. I sent the patient home. The patient came back and I had done these kind of surgeries before, but as we know, every patient is different. Since America was a German Shepherd, young patient, very active, she had dislocated her patella because the surgical. So I did not do the X-rays on a follow-up. Had I done the X-rays, I would have got that problem right there and could fixed it. So Then after some time, they keep coming. After second visit, we did the X-rays, and our X-rays were poor quality, and I was not able to diagnose the patellar luxation.
Is there anything else other than what you've already discussed or explained to the board members, how that you've done to address these weaknesses? Is there anything additional than what you've already discussed?
I believe, for a person to make himself or her surface better is to look inside. I looked inside me. As I said, for last 30 years, I have done a lot of stuff. I made mistakes. I owe them, as I said, on my revocation decision. I sat down and read the decision 3 times. So make sure everything is absorbed in. Then I self-evaluated myself. It looked like, my actions have let myself down. So I wanted to make myself better. To make myself better, I wanted to be a little bit more involved with the meditation, spiritualism, talk to the people, and also especially, working on the professional weaknesses like, the record keeping, my problem with not identifying the rodenticide, my problem with not diagnosing the patellar luxation right, my problem using the too much medication. So each and every problem I took to the heart, and last 3 years I've been very honest to work on this, and I have worked hard, and I think, as a person inside of me tells me, I have improved my weaknesses, and I will be more careful about the regulations. I will be every way compliant with our board regulations or our practice regulations, and always, be nice to the people, be more communicative to the people, talk to them, teach them about their pets, their problems, and how to be a better, not only doctor, how to be a better person too.
The letter from Dr. Harpinder Singh states about your license being suspended. Why does Dr. Harpinder Singh believe that your veterinary license was only suspended?
I sent him judge's decision. He read the decision multiple times, as I told everyone, but he knows, otherwise he knows it's revoked. And he has, told me, multiple people checked my license on the board site. He knows, oh, your license comes revoked. I said, yeah, my license is revoked. So he is very aware of this revocation.
The same for Dr. Bular, Buhullar. He states also about your license being suspended. If you know, why does Dr. Bular believe that your veterinary license was only suspended?
When my license was revoked, I came here. I stayed at Dr. Buller's home a couple times. We talked, and my revocation came about more than a dozen times. So he was well aware of the revocation. I do not know. Sometime, what was, because, I have not dictated these things. It did not, I did not, they sent these letters to Bunny. Um, so, but the time I admitted these letters to you, in my belief, from the dealing with them, that they 100% knew it was revocation.
You included in the documents that you submitted with your petition for reinstatement, that you had donated money to Discovery Church and also had, I believe, did you also donate money to the Veterinary and Animal Services University?
Yes.
How does donating money to those facilities or businesses help to ensure or assure the board that you are safe to practice as a veterinarian?
I believe it has nothing to do with the practice of veterinary medicine. But this is, I did not ask them to write this thing. When they were, certifying my alumni attendance, which will be relevant, my involvement in veterinary business, and also, at church, I was helping them parking or, feeding the people who did not have enough. So this was done. So when they wrote these letters, I did not ask them to put it in there. They did it because it was in their record.
What did you tell Priest Balraj Singh about the revocation of your veterinary license, if anything?
I told him, that my license, I'm not able to work because of my mistakes. Board has revoked my license. That is for 3 years, and I will have to apply again.
Did Ms. Mills take any continuing education courses with you?
I do not believe so, but for her experience as an assistant, she is working with the veterinarians for a long time. So, but she can, again, for last 3 years, I was not there. So last 3 years, I do not know if she is gonna, I think, testify herself.
Did Ms. Mills volunteer and perform service at the community temples with you?
No, she did not.
So she has no personal knowledge of what continuing education or tutorials you've completed?
She, sometime, I take her help to print some stuff at her office. I tell her, these things are going to be printed there. So she may have read them. But she knows, that I am involved in all those courses. And sometimes she would help me, to on online courses, to roll me in there, those kind of things. So I think she is aware of my continuing education activities.
Prior to your license being revoked, were you current and in compliance with continuing education requirements that you needed to complete for licensure?
I was.
How is your completion of the continuing education courses that you have done since the revocation different than doing continuing education for licensure in which you ultimately had your license revoked?
It was the gravity of the situation. When you are working, you are taking the courses, that's a different situation. When your license is revoked, you are trying to fill some weaknesses or some areas where you need improvement. So the gravity of the situation make you to absorb more from continuing education. So that's what happened with me last 3 years. So I try to observe every single aspect of my continuing education.
You committed violations of the Veterinary Practice Act that led you to being placed on probation. Is that correct?
Yes.
That accusation involved one patient. Is that right?
That time, yes.
You would agree that someone on probation should do their best to avoid violating the terms of their probation, wouldn't you?
Yes, I did.
While on probation, you committed violations of the Veterinary Practice Act. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And while you were on probation, the violations of the Veterinary Practice Act involved 4 patients. Is that true?
Yes.
Do you agree that the board's decision to revoke your license and premises permit was appropriate?
Yes, I believe it was.
If your license was reinstated, where do you intend to practice?
I want to, because this practice, I want to, as um, I have told, my past is, I was very good with doing spay neuters. Our county, low-cost people, I want to donate some of my time regarding that, and also try to work at for Pet Hospital.
If your license is reinstated, do you intend to pay the outstanding cost recovery amount?
Yes, I do.
If your license is reinstated on probation, how would being placed on probation this time be different than the last time you were placed on probation and ultimately a petition to revoke probation was filed?
Uh, as I said, I've been through this period where I missed the things I love to do. I missed working with the other people. I missed talking to the clients. I missed talking to the clients' kids. They used to come to my clinic. I talked to them. So last 3 years, has put a burden on me to better myself, to be serious, to be compliant with every little thing our Practice Act says. And I, through education, through improving my personal skills, being more calm, being more communicative, and I think if I want to do what I love, I have realized, and also it's good. It's good for my reputation, because I never thought, my reputation can go this bad. But I need to earn the trust of the people again, and that's what I intend to do.
And I just have one last standard question. Since you submitted your application, have you been convicted of any criminal offenses?
No, I am not.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Sir, we're going to go down the line here, starting from my left down to the right. Let each board member ask you questions, okay? Start out with Ms. Pulowski. You have any questions?
Thank you. When you did enter medical notes for patients, how soon after the visit were they entered?
Before, we usually try to do it contemporaneous, at the same time within 24 hours. But our way of doing was not organized. Uh, and but I was aware, those things need to be done. But now going through the education, I know, those notes need to be entered as they happen, or within a reasonable time where human memory can keep the uh, memory fresh, which is about 24 hours. So that is the kind of thing.
And do you understand now, and can you tell me who is harmed the most when proper medical notes are not kept?
As I said, when proper medical notes are not kept, first thing which suffers is quality of medicine. So the patients.
Thank you.
Dr. Solicito?
Thank you. Dr. Sandra, thank you for being here today.
You're welcome.
My question, I guess, is with regards to the use of anesthetics. I know we've been talking about your use of Medicam, but in your continuing education that you've been doing for the past 3 years, are you now more well-versed in, I guess, other options and multimodal approach of analgesia?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I guess that's all I have.
Thank you.
Dr. Bradbury?
Good morning, Dr. Is that's
Good-
on? Okay.
good
Good
morning.
morning, Dr. Sandhu. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
And for being so forthcoming. A lot of my questions were answered by the questions that were asked, so thank you. We have talked a lot about Medicam, and several of the cases were regarding the use of Medicam. Do you know of any contraindications for administering Medicam?
Yes, the GI complications are the major complications.
I'm sorry, so the
GI gastrointestinal complications,
Okay, are there any other things you would want to check for before administering Medicam?
bleeding. It causes more bleeding.
Okay. Um, Since this was something you used all the time, do you happen to know the dose and frequency of administration?
Do I know right now?
Yep.
I think it should be given 0.1 milligram per kg once a day.
And if you didn't know the dose, where would you find it?
Right now, I will keep three plums book on three places, one in my treatment area, one in surgery, and one into my office.
Okay. And then you've taken some continuing education on intoxication, and ingestion of rat bait was one of the cases that were
Yes.
of concern. Uh, Since you've had this education and you've been absorbing it, can you tell me what the three most common rat bait intoxications are? Like the general?
In dogs, that's rodenticides, the snail bait poisoning. I would say most of the people, what else? The ant poisoning sometime
Okay.
would use.
And for rat bait, other than an anticoagulant, do you know the other two types of rat bait that dogs can ingest?
Yes, was one of them makes them to throw up. One is causing the this coagulation problem. The other one, they cannot throw up, I believe, and they try to throw up and they die. But in our area, most common is these first generation, second generation, those rat poisoning, which cause coagulation problems.
Okay. When would you, what test would you use and when would you perform the test in a patient you thought might have ingested an anticoagulant?
I would try to, there is, actually, it depends upon the absorption. Initially, you need to do the coagulation panel immediately, and then after a couple of days, the series of coagulation panels.
Okay, and then what would you use to treat a patient that had ingested it that was showing signs of prolonged coagulation times?
Vitamin, if we know the coagulation problems are happening, vitamin K is antidote.
Okay,
We can reduce, by giving them something like, to absorb the poison in the stomach, or try to make them throw up, something like that.
okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Dr. Maniak.
Dr. Sandhu, thank you for coming today.
Oh.
I have a couple of questions. You noted that you were a very busy practice owner before your license was revoked. If your life and work get that busy again, do you feel that you can find the time to keep up with the records?
Before this thing happened, it was not a priority. Right now, from now on, record keeping is a priority. I will have to, even though I'm busy, I will try to work hard. But if the things are too much, first priority will be given to the record keeping. Second priority will be giving, to maybe, share the burden with other doctors or something.
My second question is, what are your current deficiencies that you would like to work on now?
Right now, to practice as a regular veterinarian, I think going through this continuing education, having my background with the animals, I feel comfortable that I can practice a good veterinary medicine. Sometimes, there are, you cannot call the deficiencies, okay? But there are some things you want to learn more, okay? So I would like to learn more, like I said, my dad was doing the orthopedic surgery on dogs, on the camels. I have done a lot of, these procedures. I would like to learn more about orthopedic surgery. I would like to learn more ophthalmology, because there are a lot of patients with eye problems. Dermatology. Yeah, those are the things, I wouldn't say, their weaknesses, but I would like to learn more. Okay.
Okay. Last question. Do you have business relations in the veterinary industry with any of the witnesses brought forth today?
Those recommendation letters, no. The Brooke Mills, who's going to testify, she is our practice manager, but she is independent to do, I have no involvement with her.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Grant.
Good morning. Thank you for coming.
Good morning.
I noted through the testimony, you had quite an extensive amount of CE, different levels of CE. Can you tell me how many of those CE courses you took actually provided with a certificate that you needed to take a test at the end of it to show competency in what you had learned?
The one I attended in person in WVC, there was a minimum requirement of attendance of 45 minutes there out of hour. But all the other courses, record keeping courses, I took online. There were quizzes. So if you score 80% or better, then you get those certificates.
And so that was a common thing with all the courses you took, even if you attended like the Western States meeting, that would be the same?
They did not take the test, but they wanted to make sure you were in attendance for 45 minutes.
And did any of these courses involve hands-on, for example, taking x-rays, participating in mock surgeries, things like that? With all observation.
I did not do any mock surgeries, but I the continuing education courses would give you assignments, would want you to write letters or write statements or write proper medical records or something like that.
And concerning the case, America, I believe his name was, with the fractured femur.
Yeah.
How many people assisted you in that surgery? How many people would be in the surgery room?
We were my assistant and one anesthesia assistant.
And what equipment were you wearing? Did the animal have to protect for infection? What steps did you take?
We do the complete repair, asepsis, like required in the book. Isolate the surgical site and make sure it has been completely prepared for surgical procedure.
But are you wearing a cap, a mask, and sterile
Yes.
gloves,
Yes.
gowns?
Yes.
Everyone in the room
Yes.
is doing that?
Yes.
And do you intend to be able to do orthopedic surgery? I realize you've done a lot of neutering, whatnot, but somewhat different than doing orthopedic surgeries. Do you intend to start doing those right away, or are you going to get some assistance?
Right now, what I want to do is as soon as I get my license, I want to go for, if I want to do the orthopedic surgery, I will get a special training in orthopedic surgery. Unless I do that, I think for, for nowadays requirements and also for better surgeries, it's better to you to get a special training for orthopedic surgeries. I will not do orthopedic surgeries until I get special training.
And
After getting my license, only I can get my license and then I can go further.
and in your area where Four Paws Clinic is, I think that's what you said you wanted to return there.
Yeah.
Do you have a relationship with a specialty clinic practice that would?
Yes,
surgery?
right now we do.
Is it very far away, or?
No, it's not far away now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Espinoza.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You mentioned earlier that you thought, oh, is it on? Okay. You mentioned earlier that you felt that one of your weaknesses, particularly with the animal patient Max, was that you were overconfident. You recall that?
Yes, I did.
And so was it your prior experience, your prior training, and your prior education that contributed to that overconfidence?
Overconfidence, I may have used a poor word, but this was hands-on experience, too much hands-on experience.
What do you mean by that?
Too much, doing too much, these, when you do the shelter medicine, you do the cryptorchid dogs like almost twice a week. So the frequency of doing those things as compared to a regular practice would be more. So I was thinking, uh, I have a too much hands-on experience. I made some choices which I should not have. So it is not overconfidence. It's too much hands-on experience doing thing one surgery too many times or something.
You also took some continuing education classes. Can you just help us understand how taking those classes helped you with that particular weakness, whether it be overconfidence or with a busy practice?
Yes. Yes. Actually, before my revocation happened, I realized what need to be done. I did something, without seeing it. So after that, I realized make wider run season to have better visualization of the structures, identify the structures, identify prostate, identify the retained testicle, identify the bladder, and then get the testicle out. Make sure you know it is testicle before you do anything.
You took some classes on radiographs as well, is that right?
I did.
One of the areas of deficiencies noted in your prior practice was you had some radiographs that didn't have the proper identifying information, correct?
Yes.
Did you know that you were supposed to properly identify radiographs before you took your CE class?
I for to be compliant with the regulations, I may have lacked some knowledge.
So is it that you did not know previously when you were interpreting and dealing with radiographs that you didn't know what was all that was
That
required?
is, I believe that's why it happened. Had I had the, that's the only way I can explain.
How much experience did you have with radiographs?
I'm doing radiographs since 1994.
How can you assure the board that if you were to be permitted to continue to practice veterinary medicine, that you would perform at a level that was sufficient and not deficient?
I, as I said, have for 30 years worked 6 days a week. Have done a lot of work for the people which could not afford this sometime, doing spaying, neutering, and helped our county to become no-kill county in 2015. I think, before me as a person was very committed to the veterinary medicine, which still is. But my person had some weaknesses. and I have worked on them, corrected them, and now I know, I have worked with the community for 29 years, very successfully, until I got into these non-compliance. I think, realizing my mistakes, working on them, also realizing, these compliance is very important. And I think, I'm in a situation where I can start working again.
You've related to the board a number of continuing education courses that you took. Generally, were these courses refresher courses for you, or were you learning new material that you had not been exposed to before?
Some of them was new material.
And you mentioned particularly in the area of administering drugs. Was that information generally refresher, or was that new information?
There was some new refresher material.
Thank you. I don't have other questions.
Any other board members have any other questions? I don't see any other volunteers. Okay. Okay, council, we have a witness.
Yeah, sure. We do. I've
Need a
been
minute?
quiet too long now. I can't do it. Okay, I believe I'd like to call Brooke Mills, and it's my understanding that Ms. Mills is already on up there.
You have Brooke Mills there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Put you under oath before we do any further. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Right, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And 1 second, we're just kind of fixing our visual on our end. Perfect.
Sure.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Brooke Marie Hagland Mills.
And just briefly, can you describe your background and education?
Yes, so I have been a veterinary technician for 17 years. I do not have an RVT license or any such form. It's just simply hands-on experience, but I've been in the veterinary medical industry for 17 years now.
And can you briefly describe your relationship to Four Paws Pet Hospital?
Sure. I've worked at Four Paws Pet Hospital since March 18th of 2019. 3 years of that, I worked as a lead veterinary technician in the back, mostly in surgery. I was a surgical assistant. And the last 3 years, I have been practice management.
Okay, can I have you look at, and I believe you have a document that I sent you, which is the letter that you wrote, and it's numbered A175.
Yes, I have that.
And for the record, that is Exhibit 6-006. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it yourself?
I did.
Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
And is everything in this letter true?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How long have you been employed at Four Paws Pet Hospital?
My hire date was 3/18/2019. Almost 6 years.
What positions have you filled there?
Veterinary technician, surgical assistant, and now as practice manager.
And again, how long have you been the practice manager?
3 years.
Can you describe your duties as the practice manager, please?
Sure. I oversee our 18 staff member crew payroll. I also oversee customer client relations, ensuring, if there's any issues or they have any further questions about their pet's care or needs. I oversee all of our compliance with the attending veterinarian, which would be covering handling of controlled substance, ordering, inventory, hospital management, equipment management, certificates, licensing, you name it, I handle it.
Okay, as far as your opinion of Dr. Sandhu, can you explain the basis for what you say in this letter, which is Exhibit 6-006 or A/175?
Sure, I'd love to. So my letter is based upon my 6-year working relationship with Dr. Sandhu. In my letter, I really spoke from my heart how I feel about him as a person as well as an employer. Dr. Sandhu is a good-hearted person. I believe him to be a compassionate person. I believe him to be a good businessman. It was mentioned before about his continued education. I have helped him in some ways with his continued education. I'm familiar with every certificate and proud of his accomplishments there, certainly. Dr. Sandhu's been a good employer. Obviously, things have been a little difficult with his revocation, but from afar, he's always been there and offered any help he could within legal limits. My working relationship with him has been a very honest, sincere, and fair relationship.
So from what you've observed over 6 years, do you believe that Dr. Sandhu is a competent veterinarian?
I do.
And what do you base that on?
Well, I have to be honest, I'm basing that on the couple years I did work with him, but primarily what I've seen him do since the revocation, all his attempts at educating himself, bettering himself, and taking sincerely his revocation.
So since Dr. Sandhu's license has been revoked, have there been any changes at Four Paws Pet Hospital to improve the hospital?
Certainly. The attending veterinarian and I have worked diligently at bettering this hospital. When I was offered the position 3 years ago, I took it very seriously. I cared about this hospital, I care about the community, and I knew the need in Kern County for a hospital that was taking new patients. There are currently no other hospitals taking new patients other than ours. Within that first year of management, I personally did hire a whole staff that was handpicked by myself. These are educated people. These are people that had a passion for animal care. I've trained them myself. I'm very proud of them, and I'm very proud of the care we provide. I did create a standard of care in which the attending veterinarian and myself overseen. We've also updated every single piece of diagnostic equipment in this facility with the best diagnostic equipment you can have on the market, from monitoring systems to blood analyzers to radiology. We've also implemented an outside source radiologist that reviews all of our x-rays once they're completed. So not only are we getting our doctor's opinion, but we're also getting a radiology specialist's opinion, which is updated in our medical records and shared with the client. Client education, that is something that we are very proud of. We've created documents for discharge where the client goes into a doctor consultation after their appointment, and they also receive a discharge form explaining their diagnosis, explaining what's expected of their care at home, and the client does have to sign that. And it's a combination of bringing people in this hospital that went to school and had the passion to work here, as well as management and the doctor staff being on the same page as what type of care we're providing.
Who is the managing licensee currently for Paws Pet Hospital?
That would be Dr. Sukhjit Dhaliwal.
And is that a female?
Yes, it is.
Has she been involved with the establishment of these new policies and procedures that you just described?
Absolutely.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Want to state the question again, counsel? Sorry.
Can you explain the efforts that have been made for, as far as medical record keeping to improve that at Fort Paws?
Absolutely. So we've in placed countless training efforts with our staff, but we also had to, agree upon in management an outline for what our expectations of ourselves, as well as the board's expectations of our medical record keeping. Format, soap notes, what the technician's responsibility is charting versus the doctor's charting, setting aside time for our doctor on staff to complete her medical records by end of day, ensuring that we keep the stress levels low so that the documents can be completed properly. We've also upgraded our software systems to where now any of our diagnostic testing, any of it automatically, as soon as it's completed, updates into our Avamark software system in chronological order, as well as the doctor's notations. Anything that is prescribed, injected, or used is automatically updated into the medical record. We've instilled in our staff lots of training, monthly training, and then just overseeing that. So we have a triple check system as well. We have our doctor that completes records, and then we have soap note staff that goes through those records and ensures the next day that everything's completed. So lots of training and just coordination, organization, and management being on the same team.
Okay. In light of all these improvements, has there been an effort to ensure that the policies and procedures there at Fort Paws Pet Hospital are in compliance with the California Veterinary Medicine Practice Act?
Oh, absolutely. I know the standard hospital care packet like the back of my hand. That is gone over every 6 months by myself. I go through and I do my own internal audits of record keeping and hospital standard. I have monthly staff meetings to ensure that nobody has any questions or that they might not need a refresher on our policies or how we handle our standard of care for our patients. And that would be overseen by myself as well as the attending doctor, Dr. Dhaliwal. She's very involved. And both her and I oversee that standard of care is upheld as well as our medical records.
Do you believe that there's an intent to continue with these new policies and procedures if Dr. Sandhu was able to get his license back and come back to Fort Paws Pet Hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Can you spell the name of the doctor, the attending doctor, please?
Yes, I can for you. It's
Yes.
Sukhij, and last name is going to be Dhal. Hold on one second. Sorry, let me write it just to make sure I'm clear. Dhaliwal.
Thank you.
Yes.
Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Mills.
Good morning.
When you say that you have worked with Dr. Sandhu for the last 6 years, are you referring to the time since 2019?
Yes.
In what ways have you worked with him in the last 3 years since his license was revoked?
So unfortunately, I haven't had a lot of hands-on work with Dr. Sandhu in the last 3 years. Upon that date of his revocation, I basically took charge of the ship here, is kind of how we call it. And, I do check in with Dr. Sandhu via phone frequently just to go over, corporation type business, finances, things like that. Um, that's where my statement, I believe he's to be a good businessman. That's where I can speak on behalf of that. He always ensures that I have everything I need as far as backing to accomplish the job physically at hand, which I have to do here on behalf of him.
Despite all of the improvements that you say have been made at Four Paws, are you aware of the negative Yelp reviews that have occurred or have been written since the revocation of Dr. Sandhu's license?
I am,
I'm going to object based on relevance.
And what's the relevance, counsel?
Ms. Mills has testified about all of these improvements and have been questioned by opposing counsel to better the facility of Four Paws. And this goes towards the fact that there potentially may be shortcomings at the facility.
Stan?
What training do you have as a veterinarian?
As a veterinarian,
Yes.
I'm not a veterinarian.
What training do you have, if any, to know what is required by a veterinarian to comply with the Veterinary Practice Act?
I'm sorry, can you say that question again?
What training, if any, do you have to know what is required by a veterinarian to comply with the Veterinary Practice Act?
Sure. So I am self-taught, essentially, as I said, but I do have 17 to 18 years experience in the field. I've worked under many doctors in Kern County, none of which I have a bad relationship with. I always left to find more and new experiences. But my last 3 years with Four Paws Pet Hospital, I've diversed myself in all the knowledge I possibly could, following board guidelines, having that standard hospital standard, almost as if a Bible with me 24/7. And, it wasn't a denial what this hospital was 3 years ago, but anybody that has a passion for animal care in this industry and had an opportunity to take something like this and improve it, I was going to go out at full force. This was something I had always wanted to do. It was a perfect opportunity for me to take on the challenge. And I can gladly report our Google and Facebook reviews, which is primarily what we focus on, as well as our pet desk reviews, are almost at 5 stars, and that's something we're very proud of. And we've also received many compliments from our neighboring facilities, which we have great relationships with, transferring patients back and forth, and have received many compliments on our care, our diagnostic testing, as well as our medical record keeping.
Did you work, so you worked with Dr. Sandhu when he was on probation with the board, is that correct?
I'm not 100% aware of his probationary period. I can tell you I worked at Four Paws Pet Hospital from March 18th, 2019 until present. I'm not 100% sure of when exactly he was on probation. We did have other attending veterinarians that worked here at this hospital during those years. And I did work closely with the doctors here on staff, yes.
Are you aware of the findings of negligence that led to the revocation of Dr. Sandhu's license?
I am. I was not here or did not work for this company the time that those incidences took place, but I am aware based off of what is posted on the board site from those times.
Is it your opinion that it is acceptable for a competent veterinarian to commit repeated acts of negligence?
No, I do not think that is okay.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any board member questions? Dr. Grant, looks like yes?
Yes, it's just a quick update. You say you've improved the diagnostic equipment at Four Paws. Does that include diagnostic ultrasound?
We do not offer ultrasounds at this hospital. We never have. We refer those out to a hospital here in town who has the equipment and is very well educated in that, and we refer our clients to them.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we have no further board questions. Thank you, ma'am. Any other witnesses?
I have no further questions.
Oh, then this is the last witness.
Oh, I have no further witnesses and no further questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You can log off or stay and watch, whatever you like. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no more witnesses. I think we still have a couple documents to talk about, or no?
No, Your Honor, I think we've got those in.
But let me just clarify from what's in case center. I think 1, 2, and 3 are duplicates from what was in the packet. So are you withdrawing, or sorry, A, B, and C. So we withdrawing that?
You mean my documents that I submitted?
I
Yeah,
see
yeah.
in case center 5 things uploaded,
Right.
and I think 3 of them are duplicates, if I'm correct. So A, B, and C is another petition, his narrative again, the letters of recommendation. So are you withdrawing A, B, and C?
Yes, I mean, other than the 2 documents that were,
That's D, so I agree. D is admitted with the extra letters.
everything else, I'm withdrawing.
Okay, the last is E is a live scan. Do we need the live scan? We're back on the record. Just to clarify one more time, exhibits A, B, C, and E are withdrawn, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we've already admitted D with the extra continuing education. All right. Any other evidence from petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
Then I think we just have closing remarks for the people.
No, thank you.
Petitioner?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, I just want to briefly summarize that I believe that Dr. Sandhu has met his burden. He's addressed all of his weaknesses. He has been questioned extensively about how the continuing education has led to improvements in his ability to provide veterinary care. He's specifically addressed his knowledge of the weaknesses that led to the discipline regarding Max, Nissy, Bruce, Sprinkles, and America. He's focused on those areas of weakness, and he's going back to a hospital which has not only focused on those areas, but has vastly improved the ability to provide veterinary care and good record keeping and top-notch radiology and so forth. So I believe that Dr. Sandhu has presented more than adequate evidence of his rehabilitation and his devotion in the past 3 years to improve his knowledge of veterinary medicine. And based on the testimony of Dr. Sandhu and Brooke Mills and the other letters of recommendation, Dr. Sandhu respectfully requests that this board grant this petition and reinstate his license. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. Thank you, counsel for the people. That concludes this hearing. Record is closed. The case is submitted, and we're now off the record for this matter. As I said earlier, later on, the board will meet in closed session. They will deliberate and then we'll issue a final decision. Good luck to you, sir. So that concludes this matter. We have one more pending, but it is now noon. We've spoken to some board members and staff, and we're intending to take a 30-minute recess. We'll resume at 12:30. Anything else? That'll be it, 12:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are back. We're not going to start the hearing just yet. Let's just get some housekeeping figured out before we get that hearing started. First, Mr. Coughlin, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Am I pronouncing that right? Coughlin? Coughlin? Which one?
Coughlin, correct.
Coughlin. Okay. Did you get a chance to listen when we just did the previous hearing?
Sure, I did. Yeah,
Okay, so you heard me talk about how this is kind of going to go?
absolutely. Thanks.
Do you have any questions before we get started?
None?
Okay. And do we have, I see we now got a picture from council. Is that good?
Yeah, can you see me, Your Honor?
I can see you. Great.
Yeah, it was kind of weird earlier. It showed video was working. I don't know why it wouldn't show up on your end.
Wonderful.
Glad
Okay.
it's working.
Mr. Coughlin, when we get on, I'm just going to do another quick statement of how the hearing is going to go, and then we'll do it in that order like we did before. Before I do that, is there anything you want to talk about, questions, anything you're worried about before we get started?
None. Nope. I think everything I've submitted is pretty complete at this point. I just don't know if I should have an opening statement or whatnot to cover some, just as kind of a compile everything. That's
I think usually in these, we'll get the Attorney General to kind of give a background of the whole case, and then we'll just go straight to your testimony. So instead of an opening statement, you can just under oath tell us everything you want us to tell us.
okay.
Does that make sense?
That's what I need. Thank you.
Okay. Before we go into the hearing and on the record, anything from the people or Mr. Curtis?
Nope, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. And let's start the hearing. We are on the record. This is in the matter of the petition for modification of penalty of James Coughlin, Veterinary Medical Board case number 460-2021-001-042. Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-090-853. It's October 17th, 2024. This is the time, date, and place for the petition hearing. My name is Brian Weisel. I'm the administrative law judge that's been assigned to preside over this matter with the board. Off the record, before this hearing, we did a quorum call and attendance of the board. A quorum of the board is present. It is still present as it was back on its first roll call. Let's start with appearances. Start for the appearance by the people with the Deputy Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Seth Curtis, Office of the Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the Attorney General pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Coughlin, I see you're present virtually. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I understand correctly, you're representing yourself. You don't have an attorney for this hearing.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. But before the hearing, we went over just basic procedures, but I'll just state one more time on the record. The way this generally is going to go, I'll ask the Deputy Attorney General to give a basic procedural history and license history, just to kind of orient the board on the case. After that, I think there might be some documents. If I'd ask the Deputy Attorney General to be so kind to introduce those, and we can talk about the petition evidence. If you have any objections or any worries about those documents, I'll ask you then. Otherwise, we'll admit those. Okay?
Thank you.
After we're done with that, we'll move on to your testimony. I'll put you under oath, and then I'll have you just tell me what's been happening in the last few years, why you think you should be granted this relief. As you saw with the prior hearing, after that's finished, the Deputy Attorney General is allowed to ask you questions, and each of the board members is allowed to ask you questions. Make sense?
Perfect.
After that, if either side wants, totally optional, you can give a short closing remark, and then the board will deliberate on your petition. Do you have any questions about that process?
No, I don't.
Okay. If, as we're going, you have a question, feel free to stop. Don't interrupt somebody talking, but we can stop the hearing for a second and let me know your question. I can't give you legal advice, but I can tell you about the procedure if you have any worries, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Give me 1 second to get my documents oriented. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Curtis, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a basic background.
Sure. By way of background, on or about September 1 of 1987, the Veterinary Board issued veterinarian license number 9742 to petitioner, and his license is current and set to expire on March 31st of 2025. on or about November 20 of 1990, the board issued premises permit number 4417 to 17th Street Animal Hospital with Mr. Conklin as managing licensee. The premises permit was revoked on May 17 of 2017 and thereafter expired on May 31st of 2017. On or about October 29 of 2008, the board filed an amended accusation in case number AV 2006-19 against petitioner. The underlying accusation alleged 16 various causes for discipline, including a conviction on August 3rd of 2004 for driving under the influence with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or higher, a criminal conviction for driving without a valid license, various controlled substance violations, including furnishing veterinary drugs outside the veterinarian client-patient relationship, failure to keep accounting of controlled substances, failure to display his license, failure to post required notices, failure to document the amounts of controlled substances, incomplete and inaccurate controlled substance logs, abnormal use of controlled substances, failure to reconcile the drug inventory to the controlled substance log, improper placement of the autoclave, the controlled substances not being properly secured, failure to properly account for controlled substances, and failure to report the criminal convictions in his renewal application with the board. On or about December 14 of 2010, petitioner agreed to a stipulated settlement, which placed his license on probation for a period of 4 years with various terms and conditions. The settlement was effective on May 6, 2011. On November 1st of 2016, the board filed a first amended accusation and a third amended petition to revoke probation against petitioner. The case number was D1 2006-19. The first amended accusation and third amended petition to revoke probation were related to petitioner's treatment of 2 dogs that took place between 2011 and 2013. There were numerous violations alleged regarding the failure to establish a veterinarian-client relationship, record-keeping violations, negligence, and incompetence. There were also probation violations alleged for failure to obey all laws, failure to timely provide quarterly reports, failure to abstain from controlled substances, failure to abstain from alcohol, and failure to submit biological fluid samples. An administrative hearing was held and found that cause existed for discipline against petitioner's license and that he had been unsuccessful in complying with his probation terms. The ALJ found the only discipline that would adequately protect the public was revocation of petitioner's licenses and permit. Thereafter, petitioner's license and permit were revoked effective March 17 of 2017. The following year, on November 5 of 2018, petitioner was issued a citation for engaging in the unlicensed practice of veterinary medicine and the practice of veterinary medicine at an unregistered premises. And that was in citation number 460-2017-001-020. The underlying circumstances involve petitioner examining and diagnosing animal patients without a license, performing unlicensed practice of veterinary medicine at his previously registered location, and he was observed wearing scrubs and identifying himself as a doctor. A civil penalty was assessed in the amount of $5,000 for the violations. Petitioner on May 24 of 2018 filed his first petition for reinstatement or modification of penalty, seeking reinstatement of his licenses. The board, after considering all evidence, found that he did not meet his burden and demonstrate his ability to practice in a manner consistent with public health, safety, and welfare, and the petition was denied on April 17 of 2019. On October 7 of 2020, the board received a second petition for reinstatement in case number 460-2021-001-042. And subsequently, on April 13 of 2021, the board granted petitioner's petition for reinstatement with an effective date of May 13 of 2021. The order reinstated and revoked respondent's license, staying the revocation and placing him on probation for a period of 5 years with certain terms and conditions. If we can, go through the documents, Your Honor.
Please.
I'd like to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 1, and that is the notice of hearing with the redacted identifying information and address for Mr. Coughlin.
Dr. Coughlin, have you seen all these exhibits we're about to talk about?
Yes, I have.
You have them in front of you now, or did you see them recently?
Yes, I have them here.
Okay. Any objection to Exhibit 1, which is the notice of hearing and other notice documents for today?
No.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
I would ask to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 2, which is the redacted certification of licensure of Mr. Coughlin with the board.
Dr. Coughlin, any objection to your licensure history?
No.
Exhibit 2 is admitted.
I would like to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 3, which consists of the underlying disciplinary proceedings we just talked about, including the decision and order in case number AV 200619, the board's decision and order in case number D1 2006-19, the citation, the decision and order in case number AV 2016-19, and the decision and order reinstating petitioner's license in OAH case number 2020-120861.
Dr. Coughlin, any objection to Exhibit 3, the prior board license history, or sorry, the discipline history?
No.
3 is admitted.
We'd ask to mark for identification, offer into evidence exhibit number 4, and this is the petition that was submitted for early termination or modification of penalty filed by the petitioner.
This is the current petition? Yes.
Yes, it is, without the exhibits.
Any objection to admitting your current petition, Doctor?
No.
Exhibit 4 is admitted.
I would ask to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 5, and this consists of petitioner's statement to the board regarding his petition, the December 16, 2022 letter from the board to petitioner, and the May 11, 2023 letter from the board to petitioner.
Any objection to your letter and then the other letters coming back from the board to you, sir?
No.
Exhibit 5 is admitted.
I'd ask to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 6, which are 3 letters of recommendation that petitioner submitted.
Any objection to your letters of recommendation you submitted with your packet?
No.
Exhibit 6 is admitted.
I'd ask to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 7, which is petitioner's continuing education certificates he submitted. There were 4 of them.
Any objection, sir?
None, with the stipulation that there are additional that I included later on in the files.
Yeah, those are marked as exhibit number 10. We're getting to those.
Perfect, thank you. No objections.
Okay, 7's admitted.
We'd ask to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 8, which is petitioner's probation compliance report.
Any objection?
None.
Exhibit 8 is admitted.
I'd ask to mark for identification and offer into evidence exhibit number 9, which is the certification of costs for the board.
Any objection, sir?
None.
9 is admitted.
And I would ask to mark for identification and offer in evidence exhibit number 10, which I had titled the late submitted documents. These were documents recently supplied by petitioner, not with the original petition he submitted. And that consists of a response to the probation compliance report numbers 1 through 4, response to the compliance report number 5 and includes a probation supervisor approval form and a letter from RG regarding the submission of monthly progress reports. Petitioner's response to compliance report number 6 includes additional CLE certificates and an invitation to veterinary board training, enforcement process, common violations, and how to avoid them. Also includes his response to compliance report number 7 and includes an email to the vet board, response to probation deficiencies, AA attendance logs, contact information for his sponsor, proof of primary care provider notification. It also includes his response to compliance report issue number 9 and includes an email to his probation monitor regarding a flight itinerary and also the attached flight itinerary. Includes an additional response to compliance report number 9 and includes drug testing forms from January 19, 2022, August 26, 2022, and October 7, 2022. And an additional response to compliance report issue number 9 has a November 14, 2022 letter to petitioner regarding a positive drug test, an email to petitioner regarding a positive drug test, and a letter from petitioner regarding ingestion of a lemon poppy seed cake, and a statement from his neighbor regarding a lemon poppy seed cake.
Sir, does this have, you said you had other documents. Does this include those documents, everything you wanted to submit?
This appears complete.
Okay. Any objection then?
None.
All right. 10 is admitted.
And we'd ask to identify and offer into evidence exhibit number 11, which is the redacted missed drug testing report.
Any objection, sir?
None.
11 is admitted.
And because the burden of proof is on petitioner, I have no further comments, but reserve questioning after Mr. Coughlin has testified.
Thank you, counsel. Dr. Coughlin, now we go into your portion of the case. Before we go any further, I'm going to put you under oath. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury, testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do solemnly swear.
Thank you. You can raise your hand. Okay, sir, as you just heard, we have all your documents. The board has read and considered them. You do not have to re-go over them all, but if there's something you want to highlight, you can. But this is your time to testify about what rehabilitation you have finished, anything you want to highlight for the board, why you think this petition for early termination should be granted. Okay?
Well, perfect. Well, thank you all for being here and letting me speak on my behalf. Basically, as stated in my petition, I'm seeking modification of 2 terms. One is 13, term 13, direct supervision. I think I've proven myself through quality of my practice and letters of recommendation, whatnot, that I am very confident in veterinary medicine. And direct supervisor really limits the amount of time, the days I work, when I can work. For instance, I got a call on Sunday that they need a veterinarian. I had to decline because I don't have a direct supervisor for that day. And this is a practice that definitely needs the help. And I'm more than willing to work. However, I cannot because of that stipulation. It really hobbles my ability to fill in for days that they need help. Second is when my probation ends. Unfortunately, there was some confusion early on with tolling and how that affects my case. Basically, my original probation settlement suggested that a 6-month, 24-hour per week term was necessary to complete my probation. However, that was it came to my attention that that was the wrong terminology. It was supposed to be that those 6 months began the first day. That would basically completing 6 months would begin my term of probation. And that has basically led to the letter that is included in my files from the veterinary board, wherein they suggest now that my probation probably won't end for another 4 years, whereas it was supposed to end in May of 2006. I'm hoping that I could get some consideration for the direct supervision there, or for the tolling of probation there. I did take some time off for some surgeries I had to get done. Both knees were replaced, and that affected my employment as well. But I needed to get that done to be able to practice veterinary medicine. That's a very knee-intensive job. Examining pets and whatnot, lifting them to tables, etc. So basically, I've been completely sober since June 27th, 2017. I haven't tested positive for anything besides the poppy seeds. I have been attending AA regularly. I especially like going on Fridays where they have speaker meetings. I find those extremely helpful and rewarding. So basically 7 years, 3 months and 20 days now I'm sober. I hope that comes across as a superior effort for remaining sober. I'm happy, very happy, healthy. My family life is wonderful. And I think all of this goes in line with being sober. I wouldn't change a thing, and I would never go back to the drinking that I had done before. It was quite a long road for me, basically dealing with a health issue that caused a chronic fatigue syndrome, infected kidney stone that I had for years. And after I'd lost my license, that was finally addressed, and other health issues. But I feel so much better, and I'm just very thankful for the time I've had to basically organize my life and take care of my own personal health. I will never get to the point again where I would rather work than take care of myself. It's all about me and my profession at this point. So what the idea with my previous history, there was it keeps coming up, practicing without a license. I was at the hospital. I actually chose to settle that without going to court. I should have gone to court. There would have been no proof of my having practiced without a license. I was there because I had to take phone calls and refer patients that were getting very upset. I didn't have staff. I was basically copying and submitting records, where people are calling saying, "Where are you?" My hospital was shut down rather acutely. So, I'd had somebody that was transferring records, then that person left. I had to go in myself. While I was there, patients would come in and I would refer them out. And had I gone to court, this would have proven true. Yes, I was wearing scrubs, as I always do. And I had made several dietary suggestions and whatnot, but that was, I don't know that would include, pet food store people make dietary recommendations. So I don't think that should have been held too much against me. As far as the two cases that were against me, where it was suggested that I was defective as a veterinarian, both of those cases, Luna and Hestia, were cases that I had to take over for associate veterinarians, one of which was fired shortly after for what I consider negligence and incompetence. And so I bear the brunt of those two cases. And if they are reviewed, or if we go over those reviews, the people who reviewed those cases, the administrative judge basically, across the board said I was guilty for everything, but I take offense to the fact that I was accused of being negligent in any way. In fact, moment, I don't think I need to review this again, but One of the reviewers, Dr. Lane Johnson, stated in a report, there is no indication that unsafe medication was administered or dispensed to this patient. With regards to negligence on the part of the respondent, it becomes more difficult to pin down. So I would encourage anybody reviewing the case or needing more information to please review what had formerly been submitted regarding my case. And that's about it. The other point is, as I understand it, and I had this clarified by my monitor last week, I'm only allowed, if I reapply, it's going to be another 2 years before I get this opportunity to submit another modification, which would indeed be, early termination of probation. I think I've proven myself in my sobriety and my continuing education efforts in all regards. I've been most compliant. I would like, I would like some consideration for the time that I have remaining in my probation in that regard. All one has to do is go over my records. I don't know that board members are able, but there's a lot of opportunity for speaking to staff and practice managers, even clients at the hospital I currently work at, to support the fact that I maintain high standards, both in client communication, records keeping, veterinary ethics, et cetera. So please keep everything in mind when considering my current term, which was supposed to end in 2006 in May, but now is actually prolonged to, I guess, 2008 and beyond. So I'd appreciate any consideration there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Coughlin. We're going to have the Deputy Attorney General ask you some questions, and then we'll go down with the board, okay?
Certainly.
Whenever you're ready.
Dr. Coughlin, any criminal convictions other than what we've talked about today that the board isn't aware of?
No, not even a traffic violation that I'm aware of.
Any pending civil cases against you?
None.
Your petition says you're currently working at Pico Rivera Animal Hospital. Is that where you're currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
It's very difficult to find a position with a direct supervisor. So Dr. Garay is my direct supervisor, and I work there 2 days a week extensively.
What I want to draw your attention to on exhibit number 6, and these are your letters of recommendation. There's one from Pico Rivera Animal Hospital. And what it says is that Dr. Coughlin worked part-time from May of 2022 to August of 2022. And I'd like your response as to why you say you're currently employed there, but this letter of recommendation says, part-time between May of 2002 and August of 2022.
Well, part-time, I only worked the 2 days a week, 2.5 days when my direct supervisor would be there on a Wednesday. However, part-time is, where I'm only working 2 days a week. They'd rather have me 5 days a week.
Okay, is there a reason why this doesn't say that you're currently employed or you're employed full-time?
Well, I'm not current. Full-time, according to corporate, is 40 hours a week. In most cases, more than that. So currently, I'm only working average 24 to 30 hours a week. And that is part-time, according to that particular corporation.
Okay. Neither the letter of recommendation from Puneet Goraya, hopefully I'm saying that right, Goraya, mentions the dates you're employed at Pico Rivera. And then according to their website, if you go to the Pico Rivera Animal Hospital website, you are not listed as one of the veterinarian doctors that works there. Do you know why that is?
I'm not a full-time doctor. They have a lot of relief veterinary services that they employ. The two main doctors there are Dr. Goraya himself and his daughter and one other individual. Those are considered full-time. I would like to be able to work full-time but I'm very limited on the days I could work because I can only be there the 2 days that my direct supervisor are there. If I was full-time, my name would be on the card, on prescription forms, etc. But right now I'm considered part-time.
Okay. And which 2 days of the week are you working?
Mondays and Fridays. Occasionally I do travel with Dr. Goraya on Wednesdays. He's a surgeon and I've learned a lot from him. I do travel with him at times to assist and to learn.
Okay. And what hours are you working on Monday and Friday?
Generally, I get there around 6:30, and I start reviewing, doing, whatever files that are backed up. I review other veterinary files for follow-ups, etc. And I don't take a lunch. I'm there till 6:30, 7 o'clock sometimes, calling back, again, filling out medical records, seeing walk-ins, emergencies, etc. It's a straight through shot where and it's pretty busy. I've really taken on a pretty large client load because of my reputation with clients. Receptionists tend to stack me up with appointments. So yeah, no, I don't get a break, and I do take all the walk-ins. I like working. It's what I love to do. I haven't done much surgery at all. It's basically client work, person to person.
When your license was reinstated, did you meet with your probation officer?
Yes, I did have a intake meeting.
Okay. And were you handed a copy of your probation conditions so that you were aware of what those were?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions that kind of overlap with the compliance report, which is exhibit number 8. And I want to start with the counseling requirement, and is one of the terms and conditions of probation. You were supposed to provide proof of participating in outgoing substance abuse program, and I know that you had previously attended one for Kaiser. So my question is, are you still attending any substance abuse or psychological counseling through Kaiser?
No, actually, that was terminated due to coronavirus. That program, in fact, that entire facility has been closed ever since.
Okay. Are you attending any type of counseling at this point?
No. I've completed all my counseling, and that was basically I was prescribed Adderall for chronic fatigue, but what was diagnosed at the time, professional burnout. I wasn't on it that long, and I didn't have a problem getting off of it. However, I did have quite a bit of depression and anxiety. Obviously, I lost everything with my irrational behavior, over the, toward the end of my probation. And so I dealt with that. I had seen some psychiatrists, psychologists, went on a trial of some antidepressants, but actually in the end, it turned out to be that most of my problems were related to my health, the chronic infected kidney stone that was undiagnosed for a long time because they couldn't culture that particular bacteria, that pathogen in the urine. So I had a chronic infection for an extended period of time when that was finally addressed. I'd had 4 or 5 lithotripsy procedures. God, I was reborn literally a month after my last procedure and a long course of antibiotics. I was able to get my life back, and ever since then, I will not turn back.
Okay. Can you give us your best estimate as to when the last time was that you had any psychological counseling?
I have not had the best guess is 2007, 2008.
Okay. Since being placed on, or having the license reinstated, being placed on probation, have you attended any support groups, not AA, but other support groups?
Well, I go to Celebrate Recovery. I haven't gone so much lately, but 3 months ago, they typically Celebrate Recovery is a great group with my church, and I have a lot of friends that go there, families that I used to know where I previously lived. But basically, it's just a speaker meeting. That's not necessarily a support group, but I do have cadre of professionals that I do hang out with during those meetings. Mostly what I do now is I attend AA, as it's quite local to where I am.
Okay. And is Celebrate an AA meeting, or you do is Celebrate different? And
Well,
you do that?
it is. Celebrate Recovery is more of a church group, support groups, where you attend a speaker meeting and then you go into different speaker, groups of people that know each other, and you discuss what we just heard and whatnot. That's at Saddleback Church here in Mission View.
Okay. And why is it that you choose to attend that particular sport group? What is it about that you like?
Well, it's the camaraderie, and it's a little different environment. You have people that are truly committed to spirituality and the clean life living. I mean, these people, they don't even smoke, and they've all had family members and whatnot that have gone through the same thing I have. And it's basically how to deal with life stresses without having to rely on anything artificial. And it's more of, it's a different, it's a little bit more intense, spirituality driven program.
Can you tell us something that you've learned from this Celebrate Recovery program that you attend, that you learned from another attendee that you've applied to your recovery?
Oh, just looking at the success stories alone are enough to drive you. And initially I kind of doubted, oh, my life couldn't be that much improved. These people are just inflating their histories for the sake of an audience. And in reality, after 5 years, the same has happened to me. I'd actually like to speak at one of these events. If there weren't thousands of people there, I could probably do it, but I can share definitely that the success stories are real. It's a change of thought. It's how to deal with stress, and the fact that you literally have less stress in your life, the less artificial it is. The less you drink, the less you have to rely on other things. However, it's just the fact that if you stick with it, it takes several years before you'll realize the benefits, and then good things start happening to you, which it is absolutely true.
How often are you attending AA meetings?
Once to twice a week. I haven't been for the last couple of weeks, but typically on a Friday, I go to the speaker meetings. Again, sometimes they interfere with my Celebrate Recovery, so I have to go to one or the other. So lately I've been going to the AA speaker meetings.
Are the AA meetings in person or online?
In person. I had tried the online bit. There's Harbor Recovery in Newport Beach, but it's not that. I mean, I prefer that. Actually, there's a lot less cigarette smoke, which makes me nauseous. But it's just not the same. It gets confusing sometimes who's speaking, and you don't really get an opportunity to speak because it's just very condensed. There's a lot of people participating online. So mostly you listen to other people's stories, but being in person is a lot more beneficial.
Are you still working the 12 steps?
Oh yes, I have. I've been working the 12 steps, through and through. I guess more importantly is when reviewing the 12 steps, it offers reminders, things that you may have lost touch with. And most important is the forgiveness aspect. How could I have done that? It reminds you of how bad it was. And that's why I think it's important to review 12 steps.
I know in part of the late submitted documents, you submitted the name of your sponsor. And my question is, when did you first get that sponsor?
2007, 2008, I believe, 2007. Yeah. I've had
Okay.
that.
And how often do you and he speak?
Initially 3 or 4 times a week. He's currently moved to Oregon. I haven't spoke with him in a long time. I have not gotten a different sponsor, but I found it, I did not have to call him much at all. I didn't have any of those experiences where in the middle of the night I felt like I had to drink. I wasn't that type of alcoholic before. I was definitely an alcoholic, but I wasn't dependent on it for, to where I was, had to call a sponsor to avoid, a break in my sobriety.
Do you have a relapse prevention plan?
Yes, yeah, that's mandatory. Basically, with Kaiser, I developed a plan. I still have that with my A book. Never had to refer to it. Never gotten close to a relapse, despite having gone through multiple family deaths, things that would normally be a trigger for me. They were successfully avoided just by personal wherewithal, and I'm focused on sobriety, and it's not just for the reasons that I reflect on damage done to myself and my family, but it's also for health and happiness. It's so important to me to be able to walk outside and take a breath of fresh air and appreciate nature. That was gone to me for years, and I will not trade that for the world. I'm happy being happy, sober, and healthy, and I wouldn't change that. So that's what keeps me sober. Basically, the fact that, I know where I've been. Reviewing 12 steps reminds you where you've been. Talking to others at meetings or listening to, these speakers reminds you again. It's the repetition gets you somewhere, but in my case, it's my history and how much better my life is today that keeps me going.
With the benefit of hindsight and looking back, have you come to a conclusion as to what you think the underlying cause was of the alcoholism?
Yeah, I had chronic fatigue. I had horrible chronic fatigue for a long time. Went to Kaiser, they put me on antidepressants or whatever, medications, and it just was never right. I would wake up in the morning and, I could barely stand in the shower at sometimes. And there was I passed a lot of kidney stones. I was a chronic kidney stone former, 2 or 3 a month, very large ones. I have a collection that urologist sometimes want to take pictures of, a large collection, a couple of test tubes full. So I was passing a lot of kidney stones, and they didn't have a diagnosis for that. They just said, oh, well, we'll do a 24-hour urine and whatnot and put you on a special diet, but none of that ever worked. So, gosh, there was 2 or 3 years where I was going through this horrible chronic fatigue. I couldn't keep up. I had to take extra days off from work. I was exhibiting every symptom of professional burnout. And so I had gone to Kaiser for that. And then I went to a private practitioner, and they diagnosed me with professional burnout, and assured me that a lot of top-end business entrepreneurs, professionals are on low doses of Adderall. So I accepted that. Sure, that worked for a couple months, but then it just didn't anymore. And I would have periods at night where I would have fevers. During the day, I'd be driving and I'd break out in sweat and have fevers. And again, there was very little nausea, very little abdominal pain. It was just an overall sense of, my wife called it Jimmy D. which my name's Jimmy, and D for disease. Well, he's got Jimmy D. He can't, mow the lawn. He can't, it was just a crippling fatigue. And it took a long time, but that was diagnosed as a chronic kidney infection. The individual, the urologist that did the initial laser lithotripsy said the stone was black that he had removed from inside the kidney. He used a very fine endoscope with a laser tip and collected those stones, and they ended up being positive. So yeah, I did have a chronic infection. I tried everything, holistically, I had clients recommending, oh, you should go on this. I tried different diets and whatnot to feel better. I went on elimination diets thinking it was food allergies. But in all that chronic fatigue, and the reason for my experimenting with many different things was this chronic kidney infection. And as proof, you can look at my medical record, which I submitted, showing that there is positive tests, for infection. Those 5 lithotripsy procedures, kidney tests, urine cultures, etc.
Okay. I want to switch gears briefly here and go through the probation compliance report with you, some of the issues with it.
Sure.
The first one that was noticed was the notification from the employer that the board did not receive a report from your employer within 30 days of the effective date of the decision. The first time they received something was on March 7 of 2023. Did you understand that one of the probation conditions was that an employer had to file that report with the board?
Yes, I did. And that was, I was in between 2 different probation monitors. I just figured that they would follow up. But when I originally submitted the application or the paperwork, the PM for Pico Rivera Animal Hospital insisted that she did have everything signed and sent that package off to the board, but there was no way of me contacting her to find out. She's no longer at that practice. So basically, there was no follow-up. Had I known that there was a deficiency there, I would definitely have made sure that it was done before I started working there. Yeah, but I did provide a complete package, everything, what to do, who needs to read it, a checkoff list for per employee that they signed and read the material, and that was supposedly submitted, but unfortunately, I don't have any proof of that.
Okay. Was the first time that you were notified that that had not been submitted, was that in 2023?
Correct. That was under, I think, my 2nd or 3rd probation monitor. They had caught the error.
Okay. And same issue with the notification from the employees you work with. Was that also supposed to be taken care of by the PM?
The notification for
that the employees had read the underlying accusation?
Yes, the previous practice manager was supposed to have done that. And I know that it was done because, the employees had all signed off on it. I know I checked, there was a manila envelope and that had the signatures of the employees on the outside of it. So I know it was done. It just, it was not transferred properly. I don't know. It's, like I say, it was done, I can affirm that, but I cannot attest to if the individual transferred it properly or not. I know that she sent it. She says she definitely sent it by mail, but she doesn't have any signature delivery, confirmed delivery information, etc. But that also goes in line with other missing items from my report, but I won't get into that.
In regards to the failure to file the monthly report from your direct supervisor, when were you first made aware that those reports were not being filed?
Well, I have a indirect supervisor that reviews medical records, and he reports that monthly, but we were never informed that he would have, that Dr. Garaya would have to submit a report. He never received any paperwork to that effect, that he has to submit a report. His direct supervision basically meant that he was there and present while I was working and reviewed casework now and again. So there was no mention of reports being done. I don't think I've seen a package where a direct supervisor report package. I have one for veterinary technician that was mailed to me by one of the probation monitors, but he's insists that that he had received nothing, and neither have I ever received any reporting paperwork to remit to his to him to report back. Nobody's ever really followed up with him, in other words, since his acceptance as my direct supervisor. In the paperwork, it says
So
the supervisor never submitted monthly reports or otherwise provided any conclusions or opinions concerning petitioner's practice. I guess my question is there a package for a direct supervisor that he needs to fill out on a monthly basis? Is there a package like, I've never seen one. Is that a requirement for a direct supervisor?
okay, as term of your probation?
No, in other words, for instance, when I have my indirect supervisor that goes over my medical records, he's provided forms which he fills out in a particular format and provides that monthly. There is no such documentation that I know of for a direct supervisor. That's my question. Is there any in existence?
Have you asked your probation monitor to provide those documents to Dr. Garoya?
I wasn't aware that there was any.
In the probation conditions that received a copy of and that they went through with you as term number 13, direct supervision, it talks about the supervisor reviewing and submitting a report on a basis determined by the board. In this case, they determined it to be monthly regarding several factors. Do you recall reading that?
I do, but as determined by the board, I figured, well, they must have submitted what they needed to on his acceptance. I know that everybody gets a package emailed or mailed to them. My indirect supervisor, Dr. Ron Kelp, he received something, but Dr. Garay insists he'd never received anything. And had I known, I basically would have asked. But as determined by the board, kind of says, well, you know, they'll determine whether or not a direct supervisor has to provide monthly reports.
And after finding out that they did in fact want monthly reports submitted, have you called your probation monitor to ask for
I spoke with
a copy of that to be provided?
I spoke with him this past Monday, and he said he'd never received anything, and you know, so basically, I guess what we'll do is, you know, he'd written 2 letters of recommendation for me, in both in my as an original recommendation letter for my original package, my original application for reinstatement, as well as for this more recent modification hearing. So, you know, I don't know, you know, retroactively, I can have him write a separate report and submit it later. He's very happy with my performance, as is everybody on the staff. So I guess the caveat is whether or not he had received any instruction from a probation monitor or from the board, period, to submit monthly reports. And for that, we are both unaware of any requirement as such.
Do you understand that even though it's something your employer has to submit, that it's your responsibility to make sure that each of the conditions of your probation is complied with?
Correct. And I understood that I was 100% compliant as far as I was made aware.
Okay. you submitted a number of CLEs certificates, both with the initial packet and subsequent ones. But as part of your probation conditions and term number 16, those were supposed to be provided to the board for record keeping. And is there a reason why those were not previously provided to your probation monitor?
I thought they were all transmitted by email after they were completed. All of the certificates, by the way, I did personally attend. Most all of them had a test afterwards for completion and understanding. So basically, the certificates that I've submitted were completed by myself. I think that was needed to be said because I've heard the previous case.
Right, and I'm not trying to infer that you didn't attend them. Those look like genuine certificates. I guess my question is, did you understand that proof, once you received the certificate, needed to be provided to the board?
Yes, as far as I did, I submitted most all of my continuing education to my monitor.
And did you also understand that you were supposed to take an ethics course of at least 2 hours on an annual basis?
Well, on an annual basis, that was another question as determined by the board. I don't have it in front of me now, but basically, it was interpreted as being I could complete 10 hours within a 5-year period. And instead, I did one 10-hour course that I recently completed this past month. Actually, I believe I finished that in August. That was an extensive course, very long, required a lot of book work and research. But that was the only ethics course that I had taken. But it was 10 hours. It was, like I say, a very extensive course. Regardless, there are very few veterinary ethics courses available that would comply. We're not even at the major conventions. Like, for instance, I was looking for veterinary ethics courses. None at Vegas and San Francisco. None of the common conventions had those. Likewise for medical records, those are very rare to find, especially as they pertain to veterinary medicine. So I completed the one longer course. Yeah, it did take me a while to finish, but it was what was available and the best. It was a top-notch course.
Is your probation condition for the ethics training? It does say an ethics training course for a minimum of 2 years per year during the probationary period. If you interpret that as just being, you needed to submit 10 hours at some point, if you thought there was some ambiguity in that, did you run that by your probation officer so they could clarify whether the 2 hours was cumulative or it had to be each individual year?
Well, I had made some mentions of it, but I do realize that my continuing education certification was deficient early on. I did not complete it for every year, but I would imagine that continuing education 2 hours per year. If I could find a course that had credentials that would be applicable, I would take it. But it's very difficult to find medical ethics courses, 2 years, 2 hours a year. There's not a lot out there. There's self-study, which I've done, but I don't include. So that was one issue with the medical ethics. So I would, ask that this, certificate that I received after much work and, study hopefully be accepted for the 2 hours per year requirement. But I will more than willing to take more courses. I enjoy them. And it's right up my alley. I'm a very, I'm a member of the SCVME. So bottom line is there's just not a lot out there to take, but I'd be more than happy to take another 2 hours if I could find them per year.
There appears to be some ambiguity that the board didn't have an answer as to whether or not you were an owner or part owner of any veterinary corporation or partnership.
No.
Can you tell us whether you are?
No, I'm not.
There was some issues with you not being compliant on the submission of your AA logs, and you have submitted some with your packet, so it does appear that you're going. So my question is, did you understand that you were supposed to provide proof of your attendance to the probation monitor?
Yes, I thought I did.
Okay. Had you been sending
Yes, I have.
copies of the AA logs similar to what you submitted in your petition?
Yes, I have. The problem is that what I understood that was, that I didn't know that was an ongoing thing. My original log went missing. I bring the booklet in and you put it in a basket, and after the meeting they sign it. And one night, actually a couple nights, when I was able to retrieve, but about a year ago, I had put it in the basket and I forgot it, got home, came back the next day and it was missing. It's been missing ever since. So I thought that maybe the signatures were no longer required because over the last year I've not been sending my signed attendance records. I didn't think they were necessary because I'd proven by the fact that I've been attending AA.
Okay. There was also some a notation about missed alcohol/drug testing, and the probation report mentions that you missed a check-in on April 3rd of 2022, February 15th of 2024, and September 30th of 2024. And you had a response to all of those that on the first one on April 3rd that you'd logged in, 5 minutes too late. Apparently there's a time period.
Yeah.
You admitted that it was your fault for missing the February date. I think that was after medical surgery, and then the September 30th you were on a trip in Europe. So I don't really want to rehash that. But my question, and maybe it's not fair, but I'm going to ask you anyways. In regards to the missed testing, there were 4 dates, and you provided proof that you were in fact there on those particular days. Do you know why their report shows that you did not show up to test, but you have hand certificates they provided that you were there on those particular days?
None whatsoever. Yeah, I have the original forensic drug testing custody and control forms for those 3 days. So I submitted, I logged in those days and I submitted myself for testing. I have no idea why they're not received, nor why Vault has no record of it. And I was never notified it until my compliance report came in. I had no idea that those were missing. Thank God I kept my copies.
Do you know if those were a different testing facility that you went to on those occasions, or do you always go to the same one?
I hadn't looked. I typically go to 2 or 3 different places. Sometimes they test me on weekends and the normal place is closed. Let's see, Southland. These were all 3 completed at Southland Family Urgent Care, which is a local place. I don't have to wait an hour. Yeah, that's one of the 3 places I test. On weekends I go to an urgent care that works on weekends, etc. After hours, I have another place because sometimes I'm tested Monday or Friday and I don't get out of work till 7, 8 o'clock. So there are 24-hour clinics. So all of these have been pre-approved by the clinics I get tested at. Typically Concentra is the main one that everybody uses, but the wait times there are extraordinary. I could go there and literally wait 2 hours before I'm called to test. So all of those, like I mentioned, I do have the original custody forms for that signed and stamped by this particular place. That's probably the most, I do most of my testing there. Because I don't have to wait for an hour and they're
I want to shift gears and spend some time on the supervised practice provision, which is, I think, the bulk of what your ask is here today.
Mhm.
When your license was reinstated and you were placed on probation, can you tell us what you did to try to obtain employment with facilities that would accommodate a supervision requirement?
Well, nobody would. I applied to dozens of local facilities. Being on probation, you're limited. You're basically the practice manager or the owner of the practice. They don't hire people on probation to begin with because it's their understanding that it puts them under the radar for the board. But needing a direct supervisor is almost impossible, meaning somebody that I have to work with and babysit me throughout the day, every day I work. And namely, that's because it's very difficult to schedule. Most often, a veterinary that would be a candidate direct supervisor, they work solo that day. So why would they have a second veterinarian there? So,
Dr. Coughlin, let me stop you. I actually just want, if you can, to tell the board what steps you made to try to. I understand that supervision requirement really limits where you can work, but what steps you took? You'd been a licensed vet for 20 plus years. Did you work? Did you reach out to friends? Did you?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you call the board?
I had,
what steps did you do to try to get a job?
All of the above. Friend veterinarian. Here's one from a veterinarian I know, and this is a reply I got back by email. And he states, "Hi, James, I'm glad you have some other offers," which, I told him, well, I have some other opportunities available. "I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to accommodate you. I did make a call to Ron Kelp, who was positive about you and a true friend, but unfortunately, the board issues do raise concerns for me and Lisa, our PM. Our PM has had past experience with just that scenario and told us it does put us on their radar. It sucks, but that's how California is. We have had some legal issues in the past. Gladly, it's completely passed at this point, all bogus too, but left a bad taste in our mouth, so to speak, and left us paranoid too." And that's kind of the common, scenario. Excellent practice, just down the street from me, the same type of response. So corporations will not, absolutely, and that's a number of the facilities you apply to nowadays. Gosh, the majority of the hospitals in my area are corporate owned. They will not hire somebody under probation, no matter how desperate they are. But needing a direct supervisor is virtually impossible. They will not accommodate that whatsoever.
Can you tell us kind of how broadly you looked for employment? Was it in your need?
I literally went to volunteer at some facilities, an animal shelter in Orange County. You can't. It's virtually impossible. Direct supervision. Now, had I been an employee at an animal hospital and I was on probation, then yeah, my direct supervisor would be my employer. But I was a solo practitioner. I was boss of my clinic. I had 3-4 veterinarians working for me. So having a direct supervisor was difficult at best. And yes, I did reach out as far and wide as possible. 20, 30 different applications just in my area alone. Every friend that I could possibly get in touch with. Unfortunately, many of them are retired, but they were able to refer me to other places that may consider it. But it's the scheduling that's very difficult because, again, a direct supervisor veterinarian would be working by himself some days, one doctor, half a day, this type of thing. It's just, there are a number of reasons why I wrote, why it is so difficult under the requirement for direct supervision, I think, should be reserved for individuals that are very negligent and incompetent. And otherwise, it places a hardship on veterinarians that have their facilities and are of good record.
Have you emailed or told your probation monitor over the phone the issues you had with trying to get
Absolutely.
direct supervision?
Yeah, in fact, I had asked if they had any recommendations or referrals, but they said they can't help with that. In other words, there were some practices that might, paying half the normal wages might take somebody that needs a direct supervisor. For instance, All Care Animal Referral in Fountain Valley. I contacted them. Basically, they take veterinarians under their wings, so to speak. None of those positions were available with me, and I'd asked my probation monitor whether or not they can refer me to any, such employment, harbors for individuals that need this type of supervision. They said they can't help. In fact, I don't think they're allowed to help.
When was the last time you applied for a job?
Well, I applied all through 2008, so I haven't applied for a new job because I'm able to satisfy my minimal requirements. If without the direct supervision, I'm sure I can get another position and I would apply. I'm very happy where I am. I work at a very modern practice with excellent support staff, medical records that are electronic and comprehensive, and I trust the staff there. I trust the surgeons there, and that's hard for me to do because I've worked at some place or worked with other veterinarians that I really question. In this instance, I'm very happy where I am. I would just like to be able to work, like for instance, this Sunday, without having my direct supervisor. I'd like to fill in for a position for a day that they need me, whereas I'm hobbled. I'm basically not able to fill in days I would like to work. I don't ever intend to work full time again. However, I would like to step in and see my patients on the day that I'm not required to have a direct supervisor, like a weekend. And unfortunately, my direct supervisor does not work weekends.
Okay, well, understanding that you like your current job, understanding also that you needed to meet the requirements of 24 hours a week for 6 months, and the fact that they could only offer you 2 days a week, was there a reason that you didn't try to find another job throughout 2024 that could accommodate that?
Oh, I did. Trust me. Yeah, I still have feelers out. There's just nobody that, I don't know if the direct supervisor, I haven't been paying much attention to these proceedings, but requiring a direct supervisor is hobbling. It is crippling to a veterinarian looking for a new position, especially one in my position where I owned a hospital. I was the employer. Now imagine me needing a direct supervisor and being on probation and going to your hospital if you had one. Would you take me? You'd read the reports, you'd say, oh, well, he had this. Never mind excellent Yelp reviews and whatnot that I've always had. It's basically, crippling any chance of getting a position. But I still have feelers out there just in case. It's a hardship. Let me just put it. Requiring direct supervision of any veterinarian on probation is a hardship unless they were previously employed by someone who qualifies to be the direct supervisor.
You've previously said that, your body of work speaks to the fact that you're safe to practice. And I'd like you to expand on that, because there at one point in time was concern about your ability to safely practice. The public safety was at issue if they allowed you to practice. They took your license away. They gave it back on certain terms and conditions. And since having your license reinstated on probation, at least from the materials that we have, you worked 126 hours in 2022 and 312 hours in 2023, which adds up to 438 hours over a 2-year period. That if you were working a standard 40-hour work week, that would be less than 11 weeks of work. So based on that small body of work, how can the board find that you're safe to practice, since before that there were concerns?
Well, yeah, thanks for the question, Seth. Unfortunately, I think the members of the board are limited. They can't call a practice, talk to a PM, talk to the receptionist, talk to staff regarding my employment. So it's really up to me to try and purvey that. I have a great following. I've got a full schedule just because of my reputation alone. I still get calls from clients who have my personal phone number. Where am I practicing? Where can I go? I guess the only way I can defend myself is that no, I haven't had any complaints. There's not been any board issues whatsoever. But it's very difficult for me to prove that I'm a competent and well-stayed veterinarian. And those limitations are something that I should say should be addressed to allow for a board that's trying to determine the future of a veterinarian on his performance, allow that somebody, an agent, for instance, to get in contact with the hospital he's working at, maybe talk to some of his patients, the employees and whatnot. I think that's where the truth lies. That's where, I can sit here all day long and say I'm a great veterinarian, a great reputation, but you'll have to, for me, the truth lies behind the staff you're working with, the clients you're seeing, the doctors that are associating with you. And unfortunately, I think the board's unable to make that type of investigation. But, all I have as evidence is the fact that there have not been any complaints, and that's unfortunate because I think I go above and beyond the average practitioner's abilities, and I'm quite confident.
Just a couple more questions. I'm almost done, Dr. Coughlin.
Thank you.
In the compliance report under tolling of probation, the board, your probation monitor, found that you had not met the minimum 24 hours per week for 6 consecutive months requirement. But in your documentation you submitted, you claimed that that had been completed in August of 2024 after clarifying the terms in a probation meeting.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, basically, I called because I was going to go on tolling because I was going to have both my knees replaced, and tolling meant that, well, I wouldn't have to, try and hobble off after surgery to a testing facility to get urine tested. So I called and I said, look, I'm going to have to go on tolling. Well, I think that precipitated a review of my case, and they said, hey, according to your term 13 or 13, I'm not sure what term it is, I'm sorry, that you had to have completed 6 months before your probation even begins. And that was in deference to what was written on my original agreement. It's basically that petitioner during probation shall engage in the practice of veterinary medicine in the state of California for a minimum of 24 hours per week for 6 consecutive months. Nowhere in that does it say that those 6 months have to be completed before I even start my probation. I'm on tolling until that 6 months is complete. So I assumed, and I'd ask a probation monitor before, it was assumed by everybody that, well, you can do it anytime within that 5 years and you'll be fine. I think that makes sense. But in any event, you know, I've completed it in August. And I hope that the board considers the actual text as written in that term as being, as I define it, where I don't have to complete it the first 6 months of my probation, meaning, May 2022. And it was, like I had mentioned, it's hobbling, crippling at best to need a direct supervisor and be on probation and find a job. I was very lucky to get the position I currently have.
Okay, so as you sit here today, is your testimony that you've met the 6-month requirement of working 24 hours per week for 6 consecutive months?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Should the board, grant your request to do away with the direct supervision requirement, what would be your plans if that went away?
Well, I would like to work more days where I am. I really enjoy working at the current hospital I'm at. I trust the staff, as I've mentioned. I know the system now, and it would give me the freedom to work for days to cover veterinarians that are currently there. Veterinarians I really appreciate, and I'd love to be able to fill in for them because they need a break. I can't do that right now.
Is your goal long-term to have your own practice again? Do you not want to go back to that?
No, thank you. The happiest I ever was when I was seeing 10, 15 clients a day. I was a solo practitioner, but I can understand why veterinarians are selling to corporations. The level of organization needed today, the requirements to keep minimal, standards at play, hiring standards at play, they're very difficult at best. I don't think I would never own a practice myself ever again. I'm happy being an employee. Unfortunately, I have the financial, I own some property and whatnot. I'm able to work as a relief veterinarian, although I would like to be full-time, considered full-time at a practice. I can rebuild my reputation and really shine. And I think Pico Rivera is the place I'd like to do that. But no, I'm not interested in corporate ownership or anything of that nature.
Okay. Dr. Coughlin, I think those are all the questions I have for you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. We'll move on to the board members if they have any questions. Down the line again.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate your information. So there seem to be a lot of, I feel like, excuses in some of the things that you're saying, and I want to just verify some of the information. You are an alcoholic, correct?
Correct.
Correct. In dealing with Luna and Hestia, there were some deficiencies in your medical practice, regardless of stating that, that there was a statement by Dr. Lane Johnson. You had some deficiencies and you were found in that, correct?
Correct.
And you were found in the hospital scrubs giving medical advice to clients who had no knowledge of your revocation, correct?
No, I was not.
You were giving, the clients did not know that you had, that your license was revoked?
Everybody knew my license was revoked.
Even in that, but you were found in the hospital with scrubs
Exactly.
on.
The reason I was there was to relay client records. And the reason that I was relaying them was because I'd lost my license.
Okay. So are you accountable for these actions?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Solicito?
Thank you for being here, Dr. Coughlin. I guess I just have a quick question. The knee surgeries that you had between May 2023 and January 2024, I just wanted to know how was the pain management done? And has this have any effect on you at all with regards to you, like substance abuse?
No,
or anything?
yeah, good question. Thank you for that. I've never been a pain medicine individual. I don't do well with narcotics. In fact, I was told by a physical therapist that I needed to take the medication in order to heal faster. In other words, I was doing well, but there is a requirement for pain management initially to prevent strictures and whatnot. Range of it. Basically, pain medicine increases range of motion and surgical outcome success. So yeah, it's never been a problem for me. I'm not that type of individual that does well on opiates. So I took the minimum that I could get away with, and I was fine afterwards. No withdrawals, no cravings, etc.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do, as a question, I spoke about that in one of my meetings that, oh, well, I did have to take pain medicine. And basically, everybody was agreed that you're still sober. That was a requirement.
Dr. Bradbury.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr.
Good afternoon.
Coughlin or
Coughlin.
Coughlin, sorry. Hello again. I saw you previously. I missed one of your meetings, but I was here where I met with you when we were in Davis. I did have a number of questions for you. So first of all, just a quick question. Are you licensed in Minnesota?
No, I'm not. That was a typo in the certificate for the Society for Veterinary Medical Ethics.
Okay. And then you submitted an updated one?
Corrected. Yeah, now it says California.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then, so when I last met you, we were considering reinstatement, and in that hearing, you had a number of positive tests for alcohol, urine tests, and at the time, you stated that that was due to drinking kombucha. Do you still, is that still your testimony?
Stinking thinking is my testimony there. There were some times I think that I was positive because of kombucha, but obviously the results should speak for themselves. I was an alcoholic. I was lying to myself, and yeah, those days are well beyond me now. I take full responsibility for the drinking, although I do know that some of my early tests were positive because of kombucha. Subsequent ones I may have blamed on kombucha were not.
Okay, so you're saying that at that hearing, you weren't fully truthful with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. You, in your letter, you stated a few things. One is that you said that your commitment to exceeding minimum quality standards is unwavering, fostering a workplace defined by organization and responsibility. We started this whole journey. Well, I wasn't here at the time, but when your very first disciplinary actions were, many of them related to your lack of following minimum standards at your hospital, including things with controlled substances, and it sounded like you were prescribing drugs to or sending drugs to an individual outside of your practice without a VCPR. So, and then we're supposed to think that all of your history is, your history just speaks for itself. So I'm trying to put those two things together. Can you just clarify for me what you meant by your statements here relative to your history and your initial disciplinary actions that kind of led to all of this?
Yeah, well, initially, I did receive a DUI. I was in a car accident on my way to an emergency hospital. I went to an Oktoberfest, drank a pint, and had kidney stone pain that was severe. And I got in a car accident, and they took blood alcohol was 0.08. It was basically at the minimum. But and that's what started the entire thing. Now, at the time, that was a misdemeanor. It was not a felony. For license reapplications, they said report felonies only. So I did not say, hey, I got a DUI on my license renewal form. So that's one area that should be addressed. I didn't have a felony, so I didn't report it. The drug logs, I had started a company called Anascan, which was a barcode reading scanner that was electronic for my controlled drugs. And I was not aware that everything had to be written down, handwritten. I did take the intake logs, they were handwritten, but the dispensing and whatnot were not handwritten, they were electronic, therefore they were refused. So all my records keeping for controlled drugs were thrown out the door. I did test negative with I think one or two of the when the board came to investigate and inspect my hospital. I tested negative for any controlled drugs. The furnishing drugs outside the veterinary patient clinic was basically I was taken advantage of by an individual that was selling Advantage. He basically at the time, Advantage was being sold. The more you buy, the more rewards you get. So I had somebody who approached me who said he was a veterinarian and that if he can order on my account, that I would get the benefits, the bonuses and the discounts associated with that, and he would warehouse and resell. So it was my mistake that I didn't ask him for proof of being a veterinary medicine. In fact, that wasn't my business. It was more the manager for my practice at the time was taking care of that. But when I noticed that orders were put on for Bayer for Advantage, I put a stop to it, and I believe at the time I did report that individual. But for records keeping, I've always been meticulous outside of the fact that they did not accept my electronic medical records for the maintenance and dispensing of controlled drugs. And for that, I was definitively guilty. I did not have a dual lock cabinet. I had one case where some bottles were kept outside of the warehouse in a hidden area, but not the warehouse, excuse me, outside of the controlled drug cabinet in a hidden area because I work in Santa Ana and we had a lot of drug break-ins. I didn't want, someone could, immediately head back to the safe, open the safe, drain everything. So I always had a supply outside, but it was not in a safe. It was in a hidden, secure area, but it was not in a safe. Did I address everything? I'm sorry.
You did. Thank you. Okay. So in that answer, you said you were unaware and you didn't realize that how you needed to report your controlled substances. You've testified here today that you were unaware or didn't understand a lot of the different probationary terms. At the hearing that I attended, we were discussing negligence in one of the patients, and you were surprised by the that you had been charged with negligence and said you hadn't read the order before your hearing. And so it's kind of a repeated thing here with not fully reading and sort of following guidelines and requirements. What can you tell us about, or how can you assure us that anything we do from here on forward you'll actually read through things and adhere to what's written and required of you?
Well, I have, back in the day, I can say that, yeah, I was not the best manager because of some medical issues I've been going through, chronic fatigue and whatnot, and other issues that were going on in my life. Nowadays, I'm 100%, committed to making sure that this process is followed to every extent. However, sometimes I do get, uh, you know, I don't always get the information I need when I try and clarify things. In other words, uh, if I can only find one veterinary medical ethics course available and nothing else, I mean, anybody can search and look. There's not a lot available there. How am I supposed to do 2 credits a year for that? So as far as certain areas of compliance, yes, I am deficient, but the excuses are real. They are indeed something that it's very difficult to attain. And when I mention that to my monitor or such, the answer is, well, do the best that you can in locating some of these courses. So in any event, no, back in the day, yes, I was definitely a little bit less obsessive compulsive, and I let things go, thinking that a probation monitor will get in touch with me if they need to. And now I'm a lot of it more proactive than that. Hence the reason I keep copies of everything. For instance, the custody forms and whatnot, because there are deficiencies outside of my control that I've learned that I need to manage. So no excuses, just I'm a lot more attentive at this point in my life. Did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you did. And I apologize. I'm kind of looking down here, and that's me looking up high. You're on my screen in front of me, so I hope you realize I'm actually watching you. No, that does answer my question, and I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Manick.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Coughlin. You stated that direct supervision should only be required for veterinarians found negligent or incompetent. Do you feel that you were negligent and incompetent, and that's why your license was revoked?
No. This is what happened with the case. I was given the opportunity to settle with the board and for 1 more year of probation, and I declined that settlement because I felt it was wrong thinking. It was stupid. I regret it. I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Biggest mistake of my life not to accept the 1 year extended probation. But I had asked for 30 days off so I can basically go to rehab, and that was declined. And basically they said, you can settle right now, have 1 more additional year probation. I said, well, can I have 30 days off? And it was declined because I wanted to go to rehab. I didn't mention that at the time, but I just wanted 30 days off to get my head straight. So my case then went to an administrative judge, and the administrative judge basically caught me in a lie regarding the amount of alcohol I was consuming. I lied. Again, I was regretfully dishonest and lying to myself. That's what an alcoholic does. Regardless, it was, in a fight for my life, so to speak. I was finally threatened with losing everything, and I was doing everything I could, except, with the wrong approach. So basically, the administrative judge found me guilty on all counts, despite having signed affidavits, records, and whatnot. I was guilty on all counts across the board. Once a judge finds that you have lied, you're basically an incompetent defendant, and they throw the book at you, which is what I've learned.
Do you feel that the other 8 conditions of your probation that you have been non-compliant at various times throughout your probation should also not be required for you because you feel you're not negligent, you weren't negligent or incompetent?
Can you specifically address each of those?
They've been specifically addressed.
Okay,
today.
so I'm not going to blanket statement anything. I know that I've been deficient in some ways, but which in particular are you referring to?
I mean,
Maybe rephrase the question for my sake. Thank you.
Okay, so we've gone over today. It's been gone over. You've been questioned about 9 issues that you have been non-compliant about throughout periods of your probation. Do you feel that those should not be required for you as well?
Oh, no, they're absolutely required. And I've fulfilled, in my submission, you can see evidence that I've submitted that I am actually compliant with. However, no, I agree with all of the issues there. I don't have anything that I would exclude. But no, I think the conditions of my probation were apropos, and they've actually ended up helping me a lot in my life. And I really, I've been granted a second life that without the impetus of trying to get my license back, I would not have discovered that I actually get my life back at the same time. So, no, I agree with all of that. I hope that we read the, I think it's 12 that I submitted, my response to these non-compliant issues. I hope they're self-explanatory. If you have a particular question regarding any one of them, I'd be more than happy to address them.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Grant.
Afternoon, Dr. Coughlin. This is Barry Grant.
Hey, Barry.
And when you are in practice, do you do basically medicine or surgery, or how would you? What's your love?
My specialty is internal medicine. I used to do a lot of surgery and whatnot. I just, I'm at a point now where I'd rather do, direct client. I prefer working with people directly. I enjoy clients. And my specialty is internal medicine.
Okay. And the type of surgery that you assist on when you go traveling, like on Wednesdays, you mentioned that. What type of surgery?
Dr. Garaya is, gosh, one of the best in the county as far as orthopedic surgery, TPLOs, this type of thing. So we do a lot. Last week we did something I would never do, pelvic fracture repair, where the SI joints on both sides were, I don't know how he does it, but pin placement, measuring, this type of thing. He's very technologically advanced. So yeah, it's just interesting for me to help him with that. One day I would like to be able to perform a knee surgery, but I enjoy his company. I like his educational style, although I don't think ultimately I would be a soft tissue surgeon in the future. I would like to be able to assist and one day maybe do my own, appendage type surgeries for fractures, this type of thing.
And is he also your direct supervisor? Am I just getting that?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So on those days, you're getting more direct supervision.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, that's outside. If I do travel with him on a Tuesday or Wednesday, he calls me and, hey, I have a good case. I help him with the equipment and whatnot.
Oh. Are there many other traveling surgeons in your area that particularly make
Dr.
use of
Bob
you, or-
Moore, Dr. Bob Moore, but he has his own staff. I was going to go with Dr. Kopit. He does the ultrasounds and try and get some experience with ultrasonography. But again, it's a matter of being able to fit into a van, and he's already got enough staff. So yeah, I was going to do a lot. I would like to learn more ultrasound from Dr. Kopit, but it's I think he had spinal surgery not too long ago, and his hours are limited. So. But yeah, I like traveling with other veterinarians.
Yeah. And
Dr.
how,
Fry just
how are your knees doing? Can you
fantastic.
stand up for 16 hours a day? And
Oh yeah, fantastic. Yeah, before it was embarrassing because every time I'd bend down to pet a pet, people thought my jeans ripped. That's how noisy they were, or my scrubs ripped. But they're 100%. Kaiser did a fantastic job. Total knee replacement surgery. I was out of work for an extended period of time because of the occupational hazard. If I get bit by a cat, those implants get infected, they have to be removed, etc. So it took me longer to get back in the swing of things, but literally I could stand up and walk after 2 weeks. And, we just got back from a trip to Europe. My wife is she's a Energizer bunny, and so is my son and daughter. And I was able to keep up with them. In fact, I led for a few times, up and down stairs in London, going to Croatia and whatnot, to the sites and travels. We went everywhere, and my knees did not hurt one day. I didn't even take a Motrin. So I'm very thankful for Kaiser. Their surgical ability is just alleviating that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Espinoza?
Good afternoon, Dr. Coughlin. You filed your petition for modification or termination of probation on April 20th of 2024. And on that same date, you sent a letter to the board. And the remedy that you sought in the letter to the board was more specific and more focused than in your initial petition, because the letter seemed to focus simply on modifying one specific condition of probation, that being probation item number 13.
Correct.
Do you recall the letter you sent to the board?
Yes, I did.
So did you in fact narrow the remedy you're seeking to that letter that you addressed to the board?
No, well, what happened is I found out after I wrote that letter, yes, I would love to be able to practice without a direct supervisor. It's hobbling. The thing is, I've also found out I'm only allowed one petition meeting with the board. I think the board, in other words, I'm not going to be able to apply for early termination for another 2 years, which is kind of, which is why I'm asking the board to consider maybe to maybe consider the original term where I would stop, be off practice monitoring in 2008, 2006 May, excuse me. So basically, I found after the tolling violation, or the violation where I was put on tolling, that I'm going to have another 4.5 years of probation. And as I mentioned before, if you take literally, if you read the term literally, it doesn't say anything about having to do that 6 months, 24 hours a week at a certain whatever at the beginning of the term. So yes, besides the direct supervision, I'm seeking some modification in the length, the duration, what is remaining on my probation, just so that I don't have to go beyond 2006 original stipulated.
So focusing on the condition 13, the direct supervision, one of the reasons you articulate is that it's a severe challenge to you to have to try to comply with that particular condition.
Well,
it's right?
It's my wanting to work more and not being able to.
And you're currently working at, did you say two days a week, 16 hours a week?
Yeah, 2 days that I work 12 to 13 hours a day. I don't take a lunch. I'll walk in, I get in between 6:30 and 7. I work till 7 and 8 or 8 o'clock at night.
And you have direct supervision for those number of hours that you're currently
Not the
working?
entire time, but I was told that, if there's another veterinarian present that has 5 years and if Dr. Agrai takes off for lunch or takes off early, I can stay behind. A lot of times I'm not practicing veterinary medicine, seeing patients. What I'm doing is going over records, doing callbacks, but I think honestly that could be considered practicing veterinary medicine. But yeah, I was told that if Dr. Garaya is gone, as long as somebody else, I don't have that letter, but as long as somebody else of equal comparable experience is present, then I can continue to practice.
And the challenge that you wanted the board to be aware of is that you feel you could work more, particularly on the weekends, but the challenge is there's not the ability to have direct supervision for that opportunities of weekend work?
Right. I've asked a lot of veterinarians if they would be a direct supervisor, and it makes them uncomfortable at best to even have me ask, because their first response say, absolutely not, I won't do that. But they want to help because they know I'm a competent veterinarian. So basically, I've asked a lot of different veterinarians, and all of them, pretty much have the same hesitation as would be expected.
And you
If you
indicated,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, you indicated earlier that you do not intend to work full-time. And by that, you meant
No.
full 40 hours a week. That's not your intention, correct?
No, it's not. No.
I thought
no.
maybe at a different point, you indicated that you would like to consider full-time work. So I was a little unclear, but
Well, full time in that I don't have to work a 12, 13-hour day. That's hard. But if I can work, 5 days a week, half days, that'd be fantastic. I'm not seeking 5-day a week, 40-hour week employment. I don't think I will ever.
you're seeking to be employed how many hours a week?
I'm comfortable with 20 to 30 hours a week. But, in the summer, for instance, this past summer, I could have worked 60 hours a week and been okay with it. I just couldn't because I needed a direct supervisor. So I'd like to be able to say, yes, I can work for you this day, at least to give back to some people that I know deserve a break or that are ill or et cetera.
That's where I think I'm a little unclear, because when you said you don't intend to work full-time,
No, I do
meaning
not.
40 hours a week, even if that were an opportunity, that is not something that you
No,
would seek,
but
correct?
if there's a week where somebody needs me to work every day, I'd love to do it. But I will not go do that week after week, month after month. It's just not in me to do that. I don't want to ever approach that point of burnout again. But I enjoy, I'd rather see patients than go fishing, which is a lot for me to say, but I just enjoy keeping up a rapport with my clients and being able to use my experience to solve problems and whatnot. It's just, to me, it's an exercise of the brain that's very important. Once you retire, it's pretty much downhill, but by keeping yourself focused and on top of things and interested, always, questioning or, trying to learn, it makes you happier in the long run, gives you a sense of accomplishment, but I enjoy doing it.
So you were found non-compliant with that specific condition, and was that because although there was an individual who would serve as your direct supervisor, you submitted that name to the board, but that person would not submit monthly reports?
No, they were never told to. If someone were to reach out to Dr. Garaya, I think he would explain exactly what happened. He didn't get a package, in other words, of how to proceed. I know that the indirect supervisor received a package, but Dr. Garaya never did. I don't know that one exists. If someone can tell me if it does or not, to where there's a form that he fills out once a month to send to the board. I don't know that one exists.
So is it your understanding, although you had someone in your mind providing direct supervision to you, that individual never submitted paperwork to the board because in your mind, there was some kind of lack of communication and no package ended up to the
No, it was
supervisor?
both of our understanding that a veterinarian just needs to be present to watch over and whatnot. There was no paperwork to fill out. Um, You know, again, if you look at a stipulation as determined by board, in other words, he never received anything. He was never told. Whereas it got through to my indirect supervisor, nothing was ever transmitted to my direct supervisor as to the progress or process of submitting reports. He never received anything.
And how did you come to the understanding between you and this person acting as your direct supervisor, that that person was accepting the role and from you to be your direct supervisor?
Several meetings and assurances. He knew me from my previous practice. He's, like I said, a traveling surgeon. I've called him, you know, to do surgeries at my practice quite often. And he was always very impressed by my practice. In fact, he wanted to buy it. He says he sent some of his friends to look at my practice and this is how you should design it and whatnot. So he had worked, you know, doing surgeries as I called him in routinely. And I was always showing an interest in what he did. Basically we're actually thinking about opening a specialty clinic, he and I, at one time, because there's a big need for, you know, reasonably priced, you know, surgical facilities, especially in the Santa Ana area. And we had a lot of common knowledge and beliefs and so anyways, he was one of the people that it took quite a bit of convincing and assurances that.
So what did you communicate to him his duties and responsibilities were with respect to accepting the role as your direct supervisor?
Well, he read the requirement and he filled out the application and sent it in. And as seen in that package, he did sign it and fill it out, but nobody really realized that he was supposed to get a return package that he was supposed to fill out monthly reports. Can somebody answer, is there a direct supervisor package that's sent out to where they are filling in a form once a month?
We're not going to answer questions from the board.
Understood. All right. I'm still not sure. I still have no idea if there is a package given to direct supervisors to be compliant in their duties.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Any other board members follow up?
Hi again. Again, I'm going to be looking down. I apologize. In your in the probationary terms, which I'm assuming was you have, it says for direct supervision, petitioner's supervisor shall file monthly reports with the board. These reports shall be in a form designated by the board and shall include a narrative section where the supervisor provides his or her conclusions and opinions concerning the issues described above and the basis for his or her conclusions and opinions. Additionally, the supervisor shall maintain and submit with his or her monthly reports a log designating the patient charts reviewed, the dates of service reviewed, and the date upon which the review occurred. If the supervisor terminates or is otherwise no longer available, petitioner shall not practice. And it goes on from there. So this is in the your probationary terms, which you would have been provided with. And though it does say that there's a form designated by the board, all of the other things are very clear. And if you didn't have a form, well, first of all, did you read your package when you got it? Did you read through it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you got your direct supervisor, did you think to look through and see what that would require?
Well, again, as determined by the board is the caveat there.
It just says a form designated by the board. So if he hadn't received a form, I would think that you would have asked him, are you submitting these monthly reports as required in these terms that, I mean, anyway.
Basically, I asked him if he received anything. Once a supervisor is accepted, that supervisor receives, as I understood it, a package administered by the probation monitor as directed by the board. As my indirect supervisor, Dr. Kelp, received a complete package showing him what to do. Dr. Graya never received such. And I figured, well, he's my direct
Okay.
supervisor. He's been approved.
Yeah, no, I understand. You said that before, sorry. So in the future, if things were modified, how would you approach this whole situation?
Well, I have to, obviously, not, in going over this, I guess the confusion as determined by the board and whatnot, assuming that, these individuals get packages, it's basically, I'll do my own footwork, and make my own personal assurances. Although I'm pretty sure that I did contact a probation individual regarding a package for Dr. Garaya. I would have to research that, and it's a little late for me to submit. But if I do find it, I will put it in the case, the hearing notes. Regardless, no, I'll do my own footwork. Thank you, and I won't depend on anybody else to make sure that these items are done.
Okay.
Yes, and comprehending these stipulated these individual points of my probation is paramount.
Great. One last question. You said that you specialize in internal medicine. Do you consider yourself a specialist?
No. Basically,
Okay.
it's the day in, day out treatment. But if somebody has a question regarding an ultrasound or radiographs, particular patterns in blood work, that's kind of my forte.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Okay, thank you. That's all the evidence we have left, so just some closing remarks. Anything for the people?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Sarah, any closing remarks before we finish?
No, thank you, but thanks for hearing me today.
Okay. All right, then that concludes the petition hearing for this matter. The record is closed, the case is submitted, and we are off the record. That's all. Thank you, sir. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, board members.
You want to announce the next part?
Thanks, Seth.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to take a break, and then we will come back, and it will be I don't want to say closing, because that's not the right word, but we'll be ending open session. We'll be coming back. Right, recess. That's I always miss. Yeah, we're going to come back from break and recess, open session, open, closed session, and then once we are done with closed session, we will be reopening open session to finish our business for this meeting. Okay, we are briefly reconvening open session, and I just wanted to let anybody who is joining us know that we'll be recessing open session, going into closed session, and after closed session, we will be coming back and we will be, I think, just doing officer elections, or yes, our executive team elections. We're going to be we're not going to be discussing the remainder of the agenda, which includes items 26A, C, and D, which is the executive management reports. We will be closing WebEx during the closed session. And then when we reopen, you will have to log back in if you'd like to participate. So with that, we are recessing.
Matter of order,
Yes.
WebEx will remain open.
Oh,
Everyone will just be excluded from seeing or hearing what is going on.
okay. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Okay, well, then we are recessing open session now. Thank you. Okay, we are reconvening open session and moving on to agenda item. Oh, could have had that ready. 27, election of the 2025. Oh,
So before we do, just for transparency's sake, we are going to take the remaining executive management reports just under, I don't say submission, but like just for the record. But I do think we should still open it up to public comment for agenda item 26, just in case anyone was wanting to make a public comment.
okay, that sounds great. So moderator, there's no one in the room, so can you open it up for public comment to those online?
Certainly. We are open for public comment via WebEx on 26, I believe. Or did we say 27?
26.
26. If you'd like to make a comment, please tap that hand button at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. For our mobile device users, you will need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... If you cannot find your hand button, you have 3 different pages to cycle through, and only one of them has your hand. People will be given 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second warning before your time expires. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, please. Okay, so it is time to elect officers. I'm terming out as president. And we need to nominate the president and vice president. I think we'll do the president first. And I'm actually going to nominate Dr. Solicito. She has been just an amazing vice president and such a clear-headed, thoughtful, fair, helpful partner in the leadership team. And I think she would make a great president. So I would like to nominate you. Would you accept the nomination?
I do.
And
I second.
Okay, does anyone want to discuss this any further?
Or any additional nominations?
Okay, seeing
I
none.
move nominations close.
Do we have to take public comment? Okay, public moderator, would you open it up for public comment, please?
We are open for public comment on the nominations. If you'd have we made a movement yet?
Yes.
Okay. And the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you have 3 different pages, and only one of them has a hand button. You may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find that hand. We're going to take just a few more seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue with the motion?
I do. Thank you.
Dr. Solicito,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Plasky,
yes.
Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Woo woo. Just in time for sunset. Okay, we need to move on to nominations for vice president. Does anybody have anybody want to nominate somebody for vice president?
I nominate Christie.
All right.
I second the motion.
Fantastic. We have a motion and a second. Does anybody want to discuss this? Oh, sorry. We're just I'm moving really fast here. Yes, I'll accept. Okay. Can you, moderator, we have a motion to nominate Christy Pulaski to the vice president of the California Veterinary Medical Board. Can you open it up to public comment online, please?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment on the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you, moderator.
Dr. Solocito? Yes. Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Dr. Grant?
Yes.
Ms. Pulowski?
Yes.
Dr. Maniak?
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Woo woo. Okay. Well, with that, we will adjourn. I knew I would say it wrong. Even in my very last thing I had to say, I would say wrong. We're adjourning the meeting.